Mic test, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, yes. Hello Nick, microphone check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Landau.
And we are delighted to be your flying display commentators for Pioneers of Tomorrow.
118 years ago at this very location began the history of British-powered aviation, and still today Farnborough shapes the future of flight, for here at this biannual gathering of aviation's best and brightest, the next chapter is being written. In the exhibition halls and chalets behind us over the past 4 days, orders have been placed, contracts signed, and tens of billions of pounds of business has been done. While here, outside, we've seen the cutting edge of aerospace technology being demonstrated.
The Farnborough International Airshow 2026 has made history with the first public demonstration of an electric-assisted airliner, the first British flying display by a Chinese-designed jet aircraft type, and the world flying display debut of the Global 8000 and the vertical VA-1X.
Today we look forward to the future and back to the past, from frontline jets to classic warbirds and formation aerobatics of the highest quality. Farnborough's Pioneers of Tomorrow flying display is moments away. Well, lots to see over the next 3.5 hours, Joe. Let's run through the flying display programme because there's so much in store.
Starting off very shortly will be the Red Devils parachute display team coming into the overhead and running through. Then a two-ship formation from 29 Squadron, the Eurofighter Typhoon, will be doing a fly past, one fly past only, so make sure you get your pictures in. And then after that, we will be taking to the sky one of the largest aircraft we have here, the A350-1000 Airbus.
We then have the F2000A Typhoon from the Reparto Sperimentale di Volo of the Italian Air Force, the Army Air Corps display team, also known as the Blue Eagles, and the Vertical Aerospace VA-1X eVTOL.
Bombardier have been wowing the crowds here all week, and get ready for an amazing display from the Global 8000. And we welcome our friends from the United Arab Emirates, Fursan Al Emarat, who will be representing the United Arab Emirates in a 7-ship formation. And then after that, GE Aerospace, together with the hybrid SAAB aircraft, a fantastic new regime of flight.
Then we have a second parachuting display of the day from the RAF Falcons, the Starlings Aerobatic team with their 2 extra NGs, and the US Air Force F-35A Lightning II will be flying just after 3 o'clock.
We could not have a Farnborough without a Spitfire, and Rolls-Royce are providing their Mark 19 later on this afternoon. A visitor from the Czech Air Force in the shape of the L159, and then we will be coming in towards the penultimate act, which is the Beta Technology CX-300 CTOL aircraft.
We've round out the flying display programme with the RAF Chinook roll demonstration. That will bring us to a close at 4 o'clock this afternoon. But now it is time to hand over to the commentator for the first of our flying display items. Let's throw now to the British Army Red Devils.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this afternoon's display by the British Army's parachute display team, the Red Devils. My name is Lance Corporal Lewis Painter, and my job today is to talk to you about who the Red Devils are, and of course talk you through what all the jumpers are doing in the air. In the arena, you will see Lance Corporal Oliver Hobbs. As you can see, he has laid out some luminous panels in the shape of a cross. For the Red Devils, this is not a target, only an indication to the jump master in the aircraft that the arena is clear and safe to land in. If the cross was to be folded at any point into an eye, this would indicate to the jump master that the descent should not be conducted. As you can see, the aircraft has just passed over, and they threw out some woodies. These stand for wind drift indicators. The jump master and the stack pilot were sat in the door of the plane and threw the 2 pieces of craft paper out. This craft paper gives an indication to the jump master how strong the winds are and what direction they are going in. This allows him to come up with a plan of which way the aircraft is going to run in and how he will be briefing the rest of the team and confirming any final plans which need to happen for the jump. The aircraft is now climbing up to around 6,000 feet before the team jump out of the plane and put on a world-class parachuting display for you all. So many people ask where the Red Devils names come from. The nickname dates back to 1942, during the Second World War, when the Parachute Regiment was deployed to North Africa. After landing, the red desert sand clung to the parachutes, creating the appearance of a distinctive red tail behind them. German forces reportedly began referring to the British paratroopers as the Red Devils, a name that has remained with the regiment ever since. When the display team was first established, it was known simply as the Red Parachute Regiment Freefall Display Team. However, it wasn't long before the team adopted the regiment's famous nickname, and since then we have proudly represented the regiment around the world as the Red Devils. Today, that name represents over 80 years of history, professionalism and excellence, with every display paying tribute to the courage, skill and heritage of the soldiers who earned the nickname all those years ago. So you might be thinking, who are the Red Devils? The Red Devils were formed in 1964 by Lieutenant Colonel Edward Gardner, and they became the official Army display team in 1979. Their mission, then, as it is now, is to conduct exciting, high-octane parachute displays in order to engage with the public on behalf of the British Defence. Second to this, they deliver training to specialist units within the British Army, ensuring that they have the skills required to carry out operational jumps. All team members are serving soldiers from one of the 3 regular parachute regiment battalions. Having served in the battalion for at least 2 years and ideally completed at least 1 operational tour, they are eligible to apply to the Red Devils, where they can carry out a selection process over 2 weeks to test their aptitude for parachuting and their ability to carry out the duties of a Red Devil. Every man on the Red Devils must have a British skydiving licence before joining the team. So at the start of every year, the team heads to the United States for an intensive month of pre-season training, laying the foundations for another busy display season. The first 3 weeks are spent in DeLand, Florida, one of the world's most renowned skydiving centres, where the team completes an average of 100 training jumps over the course of 1 month. This dedicated training period focuses on perfecting the precision and timing required for parachute display training. Every flag jump is rehearsed repeatedly to ensure smooth deployments and accurate presentations, while the team also practices complex canopy formations that demand exceptional communication, discipline, and flying skill. Each jump is carefully debriefed, allowing the team to analyse every detail and make continual improvements. For the final week of training, the team travels to North Carolina to train alongside the American display team, the Golden Knights. Working with one of the world's most respected military parachute teams provides a valuable opportunity to exchange knowledge. The combined training helps sharpen the team's skills and build confidence ahead of the season. By the end of the month, each team member has completed around 100 jumps, ensuring they are fully prepared for the demanding display season ahead. This annual training camp is essential in maintaining the professionalism and safety that the audiences see every year through the displays. On the team, we have many different jobs. One of those jobs is the rigger. We have 2 riggers on the team. We have Private Joshua Ogilvie and we have Lance Corporal Oliver Hobbs. Their job is to maintain all of our kit and equipment. They must do this so that we can conduct each of our displays safely. They also build some of our flags. They spend many days throughout the week making sure all of our kit and equipment is up to the correct safety standards. If you look towards the sky now, you'll see the aircraft is running in on its final jump run. Over the next few seconds, the team inside will be checking all of their equipment ready to jump out. Our jump master, Corporal Henry Mole, has now left the aircraft and is in a tracking suit. He will be travelling around 120 miles an hour towards the ground. The job role of our jump master is to get out and to work out the winds on the way down and the wind direction to make sure that all the jumpers land in the correct direction. As you can see, we have 7 jumpers now out of the plane. Our jump master is now assessing the winds, making sure that they're coming out of the direction he thinks they are. And he's also checking the wind speeds so that they can all land safely. We also have Lance Corporal Kai Fisher on the Farnborough flag just above. As you can see, they are now spiralling down so that they can lose height. Each spiral loses anywhere from 100 to 200 feet. As you can see now, he is coming into land, so everyone please give a massive round of applause. We now have Sergeant Stephen Handley coming into land. Everyone, again, big round of applause. And then if we look up, we have Lance Corporal Kai Fisher spiralling down with the Farnborough flag. If we look even further above, we have Corporal Oliver Goss. He is on our 7,000 square foot Union flag. This flag is the largest flag jumped on demos. The flag material itself weighs 45 kilograms and the weight on the bottom is another 45 kilograms, making this in total a 90 kilogram flag. As this flag is so heavy, Oliver Goss cannot jump a normal parachute. He has to jump a tandem parachute, which is much bigger and made for 2 people. If you look up, we can also see our Triber side. This is our crew team. They're doing a downplane right now. If you listen closely, you can hear them split in any second now. Everyone, please give these a massive, massive round of applause as they come into land. Following behind these, we have Corporal Cameron Clark, our cameraman. He is taking videos all throughout so that we can post these on our social media. And if you look up again, you can see Corporal Oliver Goss on the 7K Union flag. This takes immense skill to be able to fly. It is an absolute honour to be able to fly the Union flag into these public displays and represent the British Army and the Parachute Regiment. Everyone again, please put your hands together for Corporal Oliver Goss. As you can see now, the team are removing their equipment, removing their parachute equipment, and getting all of their kit off of the landing area. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give one big final round of applause for the British Army's world-famous Red Devils.
Well, a huge thank you to the Red Devils. Great to see them opening our show for Farnborough 2026.
Also, if you would like to meet any of the team, we have a tent over by the other army tents. Please come and talk to us. You can do some tandem skydives with us, or if you have got any photos or videos from this display, please don't be afraid to tag us, as we will repost all of your photos.
Well, a wonderful display, and so nice to see them landing in front of the Apaches as well, and the Wildcat. Some great photos taken there. How was it for you? Was it a good jump?
Yes, that was amazing.
It's always a safe jump, isn't it, when somebody comes down right?
Always a safe jump. That was amazing.
I did actually do a jump with two para on Queen's Parade many, many years ago. My riser broke, and I was at 2,000 feet shouting at the instructor, "My riser's broken!" I don't know why, but I got down safely.
Yes, that's the best part.
Just a little heads up, I will never, ever do it again. I've never been so scared. How you guys do that repeatedly and repeatedly, it's mind-blowing. You're fantastic, and as our American cousins say, thank you all for your service.
Thank you.
It is one of the original, earliest forms of aviation activity. Parachute jumping far predates the powered aircraft. Man's urge to jump off tall things, it goes back hundreds of years, and in 1783 it was the Frenchman Louis-Sébastien Lenormand who conducted the first recorded successful parachute jump in history, jumping from a building in Montpellier, descending under essentially a very large umbrella. At around the same time, hot air ballooning was starting to take off in Paris. Pretty risky business, though, as passengers had no means of escape if something went wrong. And so it was that in 1797, another Frenchman, André-Jacques Garnerin, decided to demonstrate a hot air balloon safety device, which is generally regarded as the first true parachute. And then as soon as the aeroplane was invented, people wanted to try jumping out of those as well. And in 1912, Albert Berry, an American, became the first person to jump from an aircraft and land under parachute. But really, up until the 1960s, those parachutes were totally unrecognizable compared to what we just saw demonstrated by the Red Devils. They were little more than sheets of fabric that would trap air and create aerodynamic drag, and the parachutist was little more than a passenger unable to steer or maneuver. The type of parachute display that we've just seen was made possible in the 1960s. In 1962, a new type of parachute was invented by a Canadian aerodynamicist called Dominique Jalbert, and he created the Ram Air Canopy, which is a steerable wing, and it's become the dominant kind of parachute in use today, and it's what we saw in the last few moments being flown by the Red Devils. They're rectangular in shape, as you saw, composed of open-ended tubes which form a rigid wing-like structure when air passes through them in forward flight. And that canopy, when inflated, produces a small amount of lift. You fly it much like a fixed-wing glider. But there's no moving control surfaces like ailerons or elevators, and so modern parachuting works in much the same way as flying the very earliest aeroplanes, by warping the shape of the wing itself. A series of cables allows the jumpers to apply tension to different parts of the canopy or wing, slightly changing its shape and altering its aerodynamic properties. If you pull down on the left steering line, that pulls down on the back left corner of the canopy, causes asymmetric lift and drag, and thus the parachutist turns to the left. Pull down on the right steering line and you turn to the right, and what we saw in a final second or two before landing was the jumpers pulling down on both steering lines simultaneously, and that's a bit like deploying the flaps on a fixed-wing aircraft. More lift, but also more drag. I'm with you, by the way, Joe. It's not something that I would ever put myself through, and massive respect to those who do it, not just those who do it, but those who do it regularly and in front of massive crowds as well.
Absolutely. It's your whole body, it's a very weird experience because you're sitting on the side of the aircraft and your whole body is literally saying, nope, 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 just go back in there. And you physically have to pull yourself out. I'm super glad I did it, but I will never, ever do it again. So just had a phone call from the Flying Control Committee, and we might be bringing in the Typhoons, the Royal Air Force 29 Squadron. It's a two-ship formation of the Eurofighter. They'll be coming from the left-hand side from 06 and heading along the runway to the north. So it's one pass only. So I see we've got a lot of people with big lenses here. It's time to get your big lens out because you're only going to get one shot of this. So no autofocus. Remember, it can only be done on manual. We're going to be coming pretty fast as they come through. So Adam, can you give us a quick update? What's going to happen after the fly past? You've got the Airbus, okay, kid?
We have got the Airbus A350 already lined up on the runway out to our right, and this, the only air show in the UK where you can see large aircraft like that performing in a flying display. If you've never seen it before, it is absolutely spectacular.
And I know that Adam also has some special news regarding the A350-1000. We're going to wait until the display to let you know about it. It's more aviation history being made regarding Airbus and this wonderful aircraft.
The Typhoon that we're expecting to see next, and it's a really interesting time for the Typhoon fleet in the Royal Air Force. Much like many modern multi-role frontline fighters, it's very much an evolution of the Typhoon program. And one of the most impressive recent innovations has just taken place in the space of the last few months, and it's called the Advanced Precision Kill Weapon System, and it was developed in direct response to lessons learned from conflicts in Eastern Europe and in the Middle East, and it's a new low-cost anti-drone weapon that avoids the needs for Typhoons to expend very costly air-to-air missiles like the Meteor on low-cost loitering munitions and drones. It takes the form of a 7-shot 70mm Hydra rocket pod, and it was developed in extremely short time by the Royal Air Force, the Ministry of Defence, BAE Systems and Kinetic. Fundamentally, it uses a laser targeting system which turns unguided rockets into low-cost precision weapons able to take down enemy drones and other threats. Trials were conducted just in the last few weeks by 41 Test and Evaluation Squadron, and the system entered service with Typhoons of No. 9 Squadron on deployment to RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus in May of this year. Incredibly, Joe, the time taken to progress from initial trials all the way through to overseas operational deployment was just 2 months.
2 months? Normally they're still doing the paperwork after 2 months. That's amazing. So we'll be seeing those aircraft coming in very shortly, hopefully from the left-hand side. I'm monitoring the tower frequency so that we'll know where they're going to pop up from. The, of course, Italian Air Force are here with their Eurofighter as well, which will be right after the Airbus. And I'm very pleased to say their commentators turned up already, Lieutenant Mike. And Mike on the mic will be guiding you through one of the most impressive Eurofighter displays that I've seen in a long, long time. But for now, we're going to scan off to the left. Don't forget, lots to see and do in the halls as well. The flying is going to continue till the afternoon, till about 4 o'clock. But if you get a chance, pop up and see the halls as well, because there's a lot of very, very interesting equipment inside. So, just got an update from Adam. He's been talking to Flying Control Committee, and we have a 4-minute countdown. So they're going to stick to their TOT, and they'll be coming in 4 minutes' time from the left-hand side. 29 Squadron, of course, are the display squadron for the Royal Air Force this year. And the Typhoon display pilot is Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation. And when you see solo Typhoon, you'll normally see him, but he'll be led in today by Flight Lieutenant Charlotte Marshall, both from 29 Squadron.
The squadron that supplies the solo display, as you say, also the operational conversion unit for the Typhoon, as it's called. So that is the squadron to which new Typhoon pilots will go to learn the trade, to learn the specifics of the aircraft before being sent out on deployment.
Absolutely, and as most display pilots for the Typhoon, Tom himself is a full QFI. He's a qualified weapons instructor. He's also a qualified flight instructor. He's qualified in everything, basically. Anything to do with the Typhoon. So it was a natural step for somebody with his experience, broad experience of operating the Typhoon at its extreme limits, to be the display pilot for 2026. Got to say a big shout out as well to everybody who's listening online. We have a very robust online community who have been watching YouTube live. Big shout out to my good friend David Bent, the world's greatest aviation artist as far as I'm concerned. I saw him commenting online earlier on. He's busy watching us out in Swindon, and lots more people as well are enjoying the show. We actually sold out of tickets, so we could have sold more tickets to come, but over 50,000 people. So the YouTube channel has been a godsend for them because they can still pop in and see the display themselves. And if you're here yourself and you've got some people and you want to make them jealous, send them a link to the YouTube channel. And that way then you can say, hey, I'm here, but you can watch it on YouTube. We just had Captain Alex in for the Army Air Corps. They'll be displaying a little bit later on, not longer actually, about 1:15. So if you're close to where those Apache attack helicopters are and the Wildcat, just a little heads up. Once those rotors start spinning, there's a lot of downwash. So if you've got a young child and you don't want them to blow away in the distance, attached to a kite, please make sure you've got everything strapped down, your hats. We will not be taking any compensation claims for hats lost or bags being blown away. So just a little heads up, if you're near any of those rotary aircraft, once they start spooling up, there's going to be a lot of downwash heading your way. You have been warned. So Adam, thanks for the update. What's the news on the Eurofighter?
Just a minor air traffic delay, but he is on his way and, in fact, arriving now from the left.
Ah, well done, I can see them. So, ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready for the one and only pass from the Royal Air Force 29 Squadron. It is the Eurofighter Typhoon, Flight Lieutenant Charlotte Marshall in the lead, call sign Riot 01. Followed behind with Riot 02 with Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation. That is the easiest commentating job in the world. Just say their name, let them fly by. That's a good one. So they're heading out now to the north, and that means next up, very shortly, will be the A350-1000. Adam, take it away.
Yeah, the A350 with engines on, waiting at the end of the runway to commence its display. Joe, a Eurofighter test pilot once told me of the Typhoon. There are aircraft with more power than the Typhoon. There are aircraft with better agility than the Typhoon, but there is no aircraft, in his opinion, that offers such a favourable blend of both power and manoeuvrability. He was absolutely convinced that it is the most enjoyable, most carefree combat aircraft to fly. The RAF has 111 of them, including 4 Tranche 1s, 67 Tranche 2s and 40 Tranche 3s. Those are the 3 age groups currently in service. They're the RAF's primary multi-role fighter, responsible for quick reaction alert duties. Coningsby, Lossiemouth and Port Stanley in the Falkland Islands, where they're on permanent 24-hour standby to intercept unknown and potentially hostile aircraft infringing UK airspace. But they've been very active further from home as well. Meanwhile, now rolling for takeoff from the right, the Airbus A350-1000. Pitching up very steeply immediately after takeoff, all the way to 30 degrees, and it is not very often that you see an airliner flying at that altitude. Now climbs away at 160 knots, turning away from us and climbing to about 2,000 feet. The aircraft that we see flying today, MSN 59, was actually the very first prototype of the A350-1000, and it made the A350-1000's first flight on the 25th of November 2016. The A350-1000 is the longer fuselage version of the A350, with a total length of 73.8 metres. It seats around 350 to 410 passengers in 3 classes, and it can operate routes of up to 8,900 nautical miles. This model features a more powerful version of the Rolls-Royce Trent XWB, the 97, versus the shorter A350-900, which is slightly less powerful. As of the end of June of this year, 1,595 A350 aircraft have been ordered from 68 customers, and 725 have been delivered. They're flying on 1,300 routes around the world. The first of them entered service in 2015, and this version, 1000, entered service in 2018. The A350 family is constantly evolving. The newest incremental improvements include a 4-inch wider cabin, combined with a 1.2-ton structural weight reduction and a 3-ton increase in maximum takeoff weight, which gives capability for extra payload range flexibility. In September of 2023, EASA certified the new 322 metric tons maximum takeoff weight for the A350-1000, and this new maximum takeoff weight boosts the aircraft's range by about 180 nautical miles, giving that impressive range of 8,900 nautical miles in total. Further proving the flexibility of the A350 family, the A350-1000 features a very high level of commonality as compared to the smaller version, the Dash 900. 95% common parts and the same type rating as well, the type rating being the type-specific qualification that pilots need to fly it. A specialised version called the A350 ULR, or ultra long range, the A350-900 ULR already in service, and the forthcoming A350-1000 ULR still in testing. It's been selected by Qantas for its Project Sunrise, which and their aircraft will be specially configured to enable the world's longest commercial flights, with flight times of around 22 hours. For example, linking Sydney and Melbourne with destinations such as London and New York non-stop for the first time ever. It flew for the very first time on the 2nd of June this year, and there is some exciting news about the A350-1000 ULR today, because only this morning the A350-1000 ULR made a test flight non-stop from Toulouse to Melbourne. It completed the route in 19 hours and 15 minutes, and the test team told us this morning that it was a very successful test indeed, so our congratulations to them. Now the aircraft coming down the crowd line from the right for a low-speed, high-angle of attack pass of 800 feet and approximately 130 knots. There's another forthcoming variant of the A350-1000, which is called the A350F, which is a freighter variant, and that will be embarking on its flight test program later this year. It is due to carry a payload of up to 111 tons, and it will fly up to 4,700 nautical miles or 8,700 kilometers. The aircraft will bring a reduction in fuel consumption and carbon emissions of up to 40% when compared to the previous generation of wide-body freighters. And speaking of fuel and fuel consumption, Airbus has been pioneering the use of sustainable aviation fuels in commercial air transport. The A350, like all of the airliners which Airbus produces, is already certified to use 50% blended sustainable aviation fuel, and Airbus's goal is to achieve certification of 100% SAF by 2030 for its commercial aircraft and helicopters. Airbus has already explored the use of 100% SAF on 2 engines simultaneously on its other A350 test aircraft. The A350 family brings together the very latest in aerodynamics, design and advanced technologies to provide a 25% step change in fuel efficiency and a 25% lower seat per mile cost compared to the current generation of aluminium long-range competitors. The A350 provides the versatility to meet airliners' expectations and sets new standards in terms of passengers' comfort. In a typical 3-class configuration, it offers a standard 9 abreast configuration in economy, and that gives a seat width of 18 inches, an inch more than the industry standard. And Airbus's own research suggests that this improves sleep quality among passengers by more than 50% on overnight flights. That economy cabin can be complemented by premium economy in an 8 abreast configuration and business class in a 4 abreast configuration. Touching down out to our left, the Airbus A350 was flown today by Chief Test Pilot Malcolm Ridley, local Chief Test Pilot in Toulouse, Frank Busnell, and the flight engineers were Jean-Michel Pin, Christophe Nonot and Philippe Poupin. For an aircraft of such size and weight was a very short landing roll indeed. It never gets old seeing an aircraft of this size being chucked around in that fashion. And this is the only air show in the UK where you will see it.
Congratulations to everybody from Airbus on the success of the URL flight down to Melbourne. We were expecting that to be about 22 hours, weren't we, Adam?
We were, and it came in quicker than forecast, despite the fact that there wasn't an enormous tailwind, we were told.
Malcolm told me it was just about 10 knots, so that bodes well for the future, because every hour I'm not sitting in an airplane, I'm a happy bunny, especially on those long-haul flights. Now, as you can see, there's a big A350-1000 in the middle of the runway. and the towing vehicle is heading towards him. He's going to hook up very shortly and then push the aircraft back. I'm pretty sure it's going back into the static area where we'll be able to see it. But if you look off to your left at the top of the runway, and runway 024, heading from right to left for you, was the very distinctive shape of the Italian Air Force Eurofighter. Once the Airbus has cleared, he's going to be cleared into the runway and into the full display. I'm sort of happy and sad at the same time, because the team commentator is here, Lieutenant Mike. It's been Lieutenant Mike on the mic, as I like to say. Welcome for the final day, my friend.
Thank you very much. Well, I'll be honest with you. First time for me at Farnborough. Well, I've always followed through the BBC coverage online to keep up what was going on in aviation, in aerospace, but never quite prepares you for seeing it all live. It never stops amazing me every time. The sheer scale of it.
It is huge.
1,000 people, all different stands, halls, and static displays, and then above it all, one of the world's greatest display of commerce and defense aviation takes to the sky.
Absolutely. And as I said, that word of warning, if you're up by the rotor aircraft, you'll be feeling that downdraft now. And they're going to taxi out very shortly. And they're going to go off into the hold, and they'll be back a little bit later on with the Army Air Corps. But so what's the plans now, Mike, for the Eurofighter? Where are you going to be displaying after Farnborough? Around Europe?
In Italy, yes, in Italy at Jesolo on the 12th of September. And then at Ostrava, NATO days from 17 to 21st September.
You're going to be at NATO days, aren't you, Evan?
Certainly will be. Always look forward to it, and it's a show that your unit, Mike, the Reparto Sperimentale di Volo,
yes, it is.
Always supports so well. It's a fascinating unit. It translates as Flight Test Department, and it's based at Pratica di Mare, just outside Rome. And you do some really interesting work there.
Thank you. Yeah, wing, department, center, you choose. But you said correctly, the original name is Reparto Sperimentale Volo. Well, it is a pretty special department. Well, think of us as the perfect testing ground, the test bed. We are where we try out new tech, integrate different systems, and operate within the ever-changing environment we live in. We are the bridge between the world we know and what's coming next.
So the equivalent in the UK would what we call Boscombe Down, a lot of test flights done down there, and a lot of different types of aircraft as well, which expands the envelope for the test pilots themselves. So you can tell from this very polished display, as we'll see the Wildcat and the two Apaches lift off. They're going to go off into the hold, and they'll be back very shortly with their full display. Also, that leaves the ground open, I would think, to move the Airbus back in. So NATO Days is going to be your wood. I still want to go to the Airshow here. It's a very good show.
It's unlike any other I've been to. The combination of aerial and ground assets, yeah, very much worth a trip.
So just to bring you up to date as well, by the way, after the Italian Air Force, that Army Air Corps display team, as I said, call sign Blue Eagles, and that call sign has not been used since 2010. It's great to see it back. Will be coming to display. And then one of the big stars of the show, Vertical Aerospace, with their eVTOL VA1X. They'll be taking to the sky just before 1:30.
Now you promise I'll be waiting for you in Ostrava, okay? Jot it down.
So I was wrong about where they're going to put the Airbus. It looks like they're backtracking it, and they're going to put it down in the basin on our left-hand side here. And you can come all the way down towards the commentary position. Just follow that A350-1000, because Fursan and Emarat are parked up over there as well. And you can get some good static shots of the aircraft. So once that Airbus has completely reversed all the way down, I can see the Eurofighter already has been cleared to join up, and he's going to hold at the end of runway 24 before he takes off. So I'm going to hand over to Lieutenant Mike, and he's going to take us away.
Actually, we are seeing a minor technical interruption at the moment. Where these aircraft, you know better than me, operate at the cutting edge, and even small anomalies are handled with absolute caution. So stand by, we'll share more as soon as possible.
So we'll just wait until the Airbus clears the runway, and then we'll get a little update on the Italian Air Force Typhoon. I can quash all the rumors now that it is not the coffee machine, espresso machine on board that has failed. The espresso machine is working 100% in the Italian Typhoon, and also with those little biscuits, those little tiny crunchy ones. Taste of coconut. So that's all good. So it's probably another system on board.
We usually go for Walkers, the Scottish one. We
the Scottish,
we
those
like very much.
Welsh cakes. That's good. That's a good shout. Of course, it's always disappointing when aircraft have these technical reasons, and it happens very often. I do a lot of air shows, but you have to understand it's about safety. Safety for the aircrew and safety for you as well. So this just demonstrates from the Italian Air Force, if there is a problem with the aircraft, they will not just move forward and still push the aircraft. So it looks like the Italian Air Force Typhoon is taxiing back to the dispersal area, and that's going to leave a little hole for us as we wait for the next flying item. So we can give you an update on what's continuing to fly this afternoon. Adam, if you want to tell us what's going to be coming up after this.
Yes, still to come on the flying programme, we have the Army Air Corps display team, the Blue Eagles, the Vertical Aerospace VA-1X, the Global 8000, and then after that we have Fursan Al Emarat, the National Aerobatic team of the United Arab Emirates. They will be displaying at around about 10 to 2 per the current schedule, and that will take us to around about the halfway point of the programme. And the action will continue all the way through until 4 o'clock.
Of course, the Flying Display Committee, who are the people in charge of the airspace around Farnborough International Airshow 2026, their role is to make as safe as possible this air show. Farnborough is quite unique actually, because the airspace around it, most air shows that I would do, we have literally a box that goes up to whatever, 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet in each direction, and it's in the shape of a box in the sky. But Farnborough, because there's so many restrictions around the airfield itself, it's not the shape of a rock. It's very different. It's there's a split in the middle, so all of those restrictions apply to all of the aircraft, and that also adds to the complexity of the display routines for aircraft. We have to say a huge thank you to Fursan Al Emarat, because their normal display routine, they would need that sort of height and that width. It's not done it, but they've totally blended a brand new display just for Farnborough, so they could fit in the 7 aircraft, and that's some amazing airmanship. Some of the highlights I'm looking forward to this afternoon, the Starling Aerobatic display team. We haven't seen them all week. They'll be taking the sky, and Adam will be going through that with you as well.
Yeah, that's a nice feature for those who have been with us for the whole week. Something new for Friday, as are the RAF Falcons. Those are our 2 exclusive Friday-only participants.
We'd be sorry to see them leave, but the F-35A demonstration team from the United States Air Force will be here just after 3 o'clock. And we're going to go from one end of the aviation spectrum right back into history, because straight after them, will be the Rolls-Royce Spitfire, so very different noise levels. And the beautiful sounds of the Griffon engine from the Mark 19 will not be talking over, we'll just be listening to it. One of big stars and one of the big commercial successes as well of Farnborough 2026 has been Beta Technologies CX300. They signed off on Monday, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, with Logan Air, who signed up for 10 of this CTOL aircraft. So unlike the VTOL aircraft, the vertical takeoff and landing, a CTOL is conventional takeoff and landing. So they're using existing infrastructures, i.e. runways, but they carry like their own, you know, like when you get on a plane and you've got your own booster pack for your phone. Think of that, but a lot bigger. And the aircraft itself can carry its own booster pack. It only takes about an hour to recharge. So that's an amazing new genre of flying that's going to open up in Scotland with Logan Air. And congratulations to them with their acquisitions of 10 of these aircraft.
A little bit of news that we've just received about the Italian Air Force F-2000 Typhoon. It has, as we assumed, unfortunately, had a technical problem. However, we are promised that the crews are going to look into it and may be able to fly it later on today, depending on exactly what the problem is and how long it takes to fix. But they do still hope to fly for us, if at all possible.
Okay, well, that's something to look forward to. So with that in mind, hopefully they'll move up what is available at the moment with the Army Air Corps. So just had Glenn in my ear, who's controlling the cameraman, and he tells me they, quote, have them in the distance on the camera. So thank God for big lenses, because I can't see them. So they're way off to the left, they're holding around Farnham, and they'll be coming in from them. So we're expecting about
still 7 minutes, yeah.
6 or 7 minutes the aircraft will be in. Sorry, helicopters will be in. So update from the Army Air Corps. He's got a Major's tag on him, so he knows what he's talking about. It's on the hour. They'll be running in and displaying at 02 past the hour. So if nothing else, these gentlemen are always on time. TOT. Okay, so a special call out for the Italian Air Force commentator, Lieutenant Mike. Please return to the commentary position because I have some good news. The Italian Air Force Eurofighter is turning around as we speak, and he is heading back out into the runway.
Let's add that to the long list of positive attributes for the Eurofighter Typhoon. Very easy to fix, clearly.
He just turned it on and off. You know that. And I know that. He found the big on-off button, switched it on, switched it off. Everything's working well. So great news, because ladies and gentlemen, you're in for a treat. The world's greatest commentator, Lieutenant Mike on the mic. You are going to hear his soft Italian tone as he explains this wonderful, wonderful aircraft and some of the most amazing flying you're going to see all week. So, Lieutenant Mike, I'm going to hand it over to you. Take it away, sir.
Thank you again, Joe. So, a pair of RAF Typhoons gave us a little taste a moment ago. Now the full display is about to roll in. So it's 1 o'clock, so main course time. Well, nine air forces around the world have put their faith in the Eurofighter Typhoon for their wide-ranging operational capabilities. And in the next few moments, in the next few minutes, you're about to find out why. But before we begin, it's worth remembering that what we are about to see is a display routine, not the absolute limit of what these aircraft are capable of. So every airshow display is carefully designed within strict operational limits, so safety is always the highest priority alongside local airspace regulations. But, it's a big but, while today's routine doesn't push the aircraft to its absolute limits, but it offers a remarkable showcase of what the capabilities of both the machine and the pilot. So for the 2026 season, the Italian Flight Test Center's Eurofighter Typhoon display is flown by Major Mattia Nocciarelli. He's your Italian display pilot today. He's a graduate of the Italian Air Force Academy's Lion 5 course. He earned his test pilot wings at US Air Force Test Pilot School back in 2020. But today he's a frontline test pilot with over 2,000 flying hours on his logbook. Take off. You British know better than anyone else, the Eurofighter Typhoon. Well, today she comes with a slightly different voice on the microphone, Mike Palumbo here. But I won't apologize for the accent because the Typhoon's engine will do most of the talking. Straight to the vertical by pure engine thrust alone. 80% of all operational missions flown by the Eurofighters nation today are flown by Typhoon. Air policing, joint patrols, combat missions, quick reaction alerts, standing ready around the clock across Europe and the Middle East. Showing up for the air show, it's all well and good, but there's a jet that turns up every day, shows up on operations when it matters most. Well, after a quick G-check, she's back along the display line. The nose up, inverted. Flying upside down with absolute precision, every movement is managed by the aircraft's sophisticated digital flight control system, constantly keeping the Typhoon stable, responsive, and under complete control. Now to the left, the pilot is setting up the aircraft, carefully managing both position and energy ahead of the next maneuver. Typhoon is back at the center of the stage with a central loop. This is the ideal way to show the Typhoon's iconic delta wing and four-plane configuration, the aerodynamic signature at the heart of its exceptional maneuverability. Roll on top and downward. Throughout 2025, the Italian Eurofighter Typhoon has been deployed on air policing missions over Estonia, Lithuania, Romania, flying nearly 2,650 hours across more than 1,200 missions, including 94 scrambles. Behind those data, the pilots, the ground crews, the engineers, the partners across industry, Europe's largest defense collaboration, proven one flight at a time. Among the first fighters to make extensive use of composite materials, the Typhoon adopts a delta wing configuration which offers an ideal balance between subsonic agility and supersonic performance. But unlike the Tornado, designers moved away from variable geometry wings, choosing a fixed delta instead, lighter, less complex, and easier to maintain. And beneath the surface lies one of the most advanced flight control systems ever fitted to a combat aircraft. Its quadruplex digital fly-by-wire technology gives the pilot extraordinary precision, allowing this highly agile machine to remain completely controlled through the most demanding maneuvers. Speed brought down now to the minimum sustainable level. The delta wing keeps the jet stable at low energy, giving a broken view of the aircraft's configuration. This is the slow pass. She's literally instructing down the catwalk of the display line for Farnborough 2026. Within moments, the Typhoon has regained new energy, flowing into a precise, slow loop. This is exactly what the aircraft was designed to do: manage energy with remarkable efficiency and turn it into breathtaking performance. In the UK, barrel turn. Well, the result is the same. Airflow over the wings and control surfaces are badly separated, meant to demonstrate control authority and the huge alpha envelope the flight computers allow the pilot to explore safely. And now we go full vertical to trigger the low-speed recovery system. This is flight envelope protection. It keeps the aircraft under control at low speed with no risk of departure for controlled flight. An audio-visual warning alerts the pilot as the limits approach. And the system responds automatically, stabilizing the aircraft and returning it to safe parameter, whatever the condition. The aircraft was conceived at a time when the focus was on highly dynamic maneuvering with rapid change in speed and altitude, tiny firing windows, constantly shifting G loads and close range engagements. Coming up, 3 full rotations about the longitudinal axis with no appreciable loss of altitude or energy. Triple aileron roll. four-plane delta design gives the Typhoon a decisive aerodynamic edge, but as the angle of attack increases, the four-plane fire powerful vortices over the delta wing surface that energize the airflow over the delta wing. This comes with drag, but the interaction creates an area of intensely low pressure over the upper surface, while pressure beneath remains higher. So the jet keeps producing powerful lift at extreme angles of attack, long after conventional wings would have stalled. Slow roll. A graceful rotation through the axis. The aircraft seemingly suspended in mid-air, losing almost no height at all. And then up again. Three rolls downwards, and then 45-degree climb. And let's ramp up. Every maneuver is flown with precision while setting up exactly the height, speed and spacing needed for the following maneuver. This was Le Grand Pas. And now she comes back around for a second round down the line. Now the triumphant pass, silent, powerful, skimming the display line, pushing towards the transonic regime. That means approaching the speed of sound, accelerating to almost Mach 1. EJ200, where they played a symphony made up of an orchestra of 19 tons of thrust each. And now Mattia climbs with a vertical pull. This is unfortunately the last maneuver of the display, a vertical climb, rolling inverted at the apex, gear deployed deliberately under load, a demonstration of the aircraft's performance margin, even at the extremes of the flight envelope. And it's time to come back home. Air combat now runs at machine speed. Sensors and softwares helps pilots think and react faster than the human brain alone. Modern fights are won by split-second decisions. And that's exactly where the Typhoon comes into a home. Well, for the future, we can't say what's coming, but looking at the Typhoon, you can see one thing clearly, that human urge to push into the sky isn't going anywhere. You can explain how it all works with math, physics, aeronautical engineering, but with display like this one, we try to keep the sense of amazement alive. Hold on to that feeling, because it's often the spark that helps us tackle whatever challenges are waiting over the horizon. Mattia, kiss the tarmac, final landing. But it's not finished yet. Well, now a crisp backtrack, a pilot salute, one last nod, one last bow to the people here at Farnborough 2026. That's your Typhoon display pilot, Mattia Nucciarelli. This is the Reparto Sperimentale Volos Typhoon. This was Mike Palumbo speaking, and thanks for watching, and arrivederci.
Mike, it's been an absolute pleasure having you and the Italian Air Force here all week. I could listen to you read a menu. That's how good you are at commentating. You've got that voice down pat. Have a safe journey home, sir, and for the rest of the team, thank you very much for fixing the aircraft in just short notice. Just goes to show the professionalism of the Italian Air Force. Even when we have a safety issue like that, they're able to reboot the aircraft. Safe travels, my friend. Ciao.
I love, Joe, looking at some of the very interesting physical effects that surround an aircraft in flight and seeing the physics at work. And one thing that was very obvious during that, the fuel venting from the tip of the tail, the transfer line there on the -G. Well, now I'm about to say a sentence that brings forth quite a lot of nostalgia for an airshow fan. It's not one I ever thought I'd say, because we're going to hand over to the Blue Eagles of the British Army and Captain Alex Radford.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned, I'm Captain Alex Radford from the Army Air Corps. It's my pleasure to take you through this year's display from the 2026 Army Air Corps display team. Display team is made up of volunteers from 1 regiment based at the Royal Naval Air Station Yeovilton and 7 regiment based at Middle Wallet. And as you've already heard, this year's call sign, we've brought it back, the Blue Eagles. It's a great honour and privilege to once again be called the Blue Eagles for the first time since 2010. It's also incredibly meaningful and special within Air Corps history, as this call sign dates back to the origins of our display team in 1968. And then, like today, the team are made up of volunteers devoting their spare time around their regular military duties to fly. Today, the formation is made up of 2 Boeing AH-64E Apache attack helicopters, call signs Eagle 1 and Eagle 2, and 1 Leonardo AW159 Wildcat helicopter, call sign Eagle 3. If you look over to your left now, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see the Blue Eagles approaching in a V shape, also known as Vic formation, with Eagle 3 leading, Eagle 1 on their right, closest to us, and Eagle 2 on their left, furthest away from us, flying in at approximately 120 knots or 440 miles an hour. As they approach now the centre point of the airfield, Eagle 3 climbs and pulls into a 270-degree wing over. It sees the aircraft pitch 4 to 5 degrees nose up, roll to 90 degrees angle of bank before turning the aircraft through 270 degrees away from the crowd. To your right now as well, Eagle 1 and 2 have pulled a 180-degree wing over to exit towards you guys and fly back towards the centre of the airfield. Here the pilots are working incredibly hard to maintain formation during the complex manoeuvres, having been trained to stay as close as 2 rotor spans from one another. Beyond the Apaches in depth now, you'll see the Wildcat conducting its own 180-degree wing over before it routes back towards us, with the wing over being one of the most efficient ways for a helicopter to perform a U-turn as quickly as possible. You'll now see Eagle 3 in front of us pull up and give us a unique chance to see the aircraft close up for the first time. Over to your left now as well, Eagle 1 and 2 pull up to fly an even more dynamic wing over. Just looking to pull 60 degrees nose up rather than 45 degrees the first time, demonstrating the remarkable manoeuvrability of what is a really very heavy aircraft that can weigh up to 10 tons. You'll have seen Eagle 3 pull up to do a 270 wing over in depth before it moves out to the left. And now, a special treat for you, Eagle 1 and Eagle 2 will fly the most complicated manoeuvre of the display, a mirrored 360-degree wing over. As before, this sees the aircraft pulled 60 degrees nose up, roll to 90 degrees angle of bank, and now the pilots return the aircraft back over their shoulders to 360 degrees. You'll have also seen the Wildcat off to the left enter a rapid climb out of its wing over. This is operationally used to climb through the small arms threat band and show the power of its 2 engines, each producing over 1,300 horsepower. And today, however, Eagle 3 has paused the rapid climb, impressively bringing the aircraft to a hover and spot turning, a truly agile platform. And now you see its nose down and dive. It's a great opportunity to grab a photo of all 3 aircraft at the same camera frame for the first time. The Blue Eagles will now do their opposition pass at the centre of the airfield, with Eagle 3, the Wildcat, closest to you. Having safely passed one another, Eagle 1 and Eagle 2 are now pulling up for what can also be tactically known as a return to target. Operationally, this manoeuvre can be employed to rapidly achieve height, turn the aircraft through 180 degrees, and in the Apache's case, to employ the 30mm cannon or 2.7-inch rockets onto a target. This is particularly useful in the low-level environment where the enemy may attempt to ambush or take opportunistic shots at the Apaches as they thunder overhead en route to another mission. Here the Apaches will look to rapidly return fire as quickly as possible in order to neutralise that enemy threat. Over to the right now, Eagle 1 and Eagle 2 will pull up to do their final mirrored 270-degree wing over. And interestingly, this is now where the formation will split into 3 individual aircraft, with Eagle 2 exiting their wing over early to pass through Eagle 3's lane, adding new complexity to the display, but demonstrating the coordination and cooperation of each crew as they continue to conduct and fly their own manoeuvres, whilst also ensuring they're aware of where the other 2 aircraft are at all given times. If you look to your front now, Eagle 3 has arrived on the hover to set themselves up to rapidly climb, spot turn through 360 degrees. Great opportunity to take a closer look at what the aircraft has to offer. An agile aircraft with a top speed of 178 miles an hour and a range out to 250 nautical miles. It's a multi-role helicopter as shown today, fitted with an M3M50 cowl to the side of the aircraft with an effective range of 2 kilometres. This allows it to defend itself but also conduct force and escort protection. A fast rate frame is also fitted and can have a winch mounted to the top of it, allowing the Wildcat to be used for rapidly inserting troops into hostile locations. On the nose of the aircraft, we might be able to see the MX-15 camera, capable of thermal imaging out to 8 kilometres in both day and night conditions. This ability to find, combined with the Wildcat's targeting lasers, means it is able to hand over targets to the Apaches, enabling Wildcat and Apache teaming, creating even more lethality on the battlefield. With Eagle 1 to your right and Eagle 2 to your left, they've also arrived into the hover and are now starting to manoeuvre in front of you at lower speeds, giving us an opportunity to look at these 2 now. The AH-64E is an attack helicopter by trade. It boasts an impressive array of weapon systems from its 30mm cannon seen on the nose of the aircraft, capable of firing 625 rounds per minute or 10 per second out to 4 kilometres. It can engage targets in 2 ways, either through the combination of the optics and ballistic computers, or because the aircraft tracks the crew's head, they're capable of engaging targets by looking through their monocle in their right eye. All the pilots need to do is look at the target, squeeze the trigger, and a deadly burst of 30mm cannon rounds will destroy that target. If you look at the wing stubs, you'll also see the circular M261 rocket pods. These could hold up to 19 Hydra 66 rockets, and the rockets fired through a number of methods from the aircraft can utilise multiple variants from point detonating high explosive to flechette. Also in the wing stubs are the M299 Hellfire rails. These can take up to 4 AGM-114 Hellfire missiles. The crews are capable of selecting multiple variants of this missile, from anti-tank, anti-building to anti-personnel. The missile is laser guided and with the new Joint Air-to-Ground Munition, or JAGM, being the latest variant of the missile with a laser and radar guiding capability. Finally, you've probably also seen the fire control radar that sits on top of the aircraft. This can detect 1,024 targets, including small drones, prioritise 256 of these, and help the pilots to shoot the most dangerous 16, all while passing the others via a data network to other aircraft to engage them. Now, you can see the Blue Eagles repositioning. You might want to get your cameras ready. Blue Eagle 3 was flown by Captain Cy Boag, Major Calvin White, and crewed by Staff Sergeant Sean Toulson. Blue Eagle 1 today was flown by Major Ron McCrae and Captain Adam Roberts. Blue Eagle 2 was flown by Mr. Jim Traherne, one of our ex-military Apache instructors now employed by Boeing as a civilian instructor at 7th Regiment. And flying in the front seat, Captain Craig Coogan. And it's been my pleasure as Blue Eagle 4 to talk you through today's display. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the 2026 Army Air Corps display team. It's not just the crews who get the aircraft here, it takes every member of the 1st Aviation Brigade, the UK's only fighting aviation brigade. And the team would also like to thank our ground crew and engineers for their tireless work. But I'd also like to take an opportunity to especially thank Major Anthony Tomo Thompson, our team supervisor for this year. Not only has he provided a safety and assurance role for the team, but he's also passed on his wealth of knowledge and experience as a military and display pilot, having previously been a Blue Eagle himself back in the 90s and 2000s. So from the team to you, Tomo, thank you for everything you've done for us this year. And finally, thanks goes to you, the general public, along with our friends and family for their constant support. Find us on Instagram at @ArmyAirCorps_display team. Follow us for a full future programme, and please tag us in any photos you have. We'll be around after, in and around our aircraft, and please do come swing by and say hi. But for now, thank you very much for the past couple of days Farnborough Airshow. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Well, thank you very much to the Army Air Corps for that splendid display. It's one of a very small number of shows at which it will be seen this year, and I know we're still using, in some context, the name Army Air Corps Display Team, but it brings me so much joy to use that Blue Eagles name. I was a 10-year-old the last time that name was used at an air show. It's absolutely fabulous to have it back. And now we're going to move on to a very different form of VTOL aviation, an electrically propelled form of VTOL aviation, and an absolutely fascinating aircraft to boot. It's currently out on the far side of the airfield and waiting for the Army Air Corps helicopters to clear the runway.
And you'll be very pleased to know that the eVTOL will be taking off very shortly. Again, I told you earlier on about those rotary aircraft, so when the Wildcat comes back and the Apache, expect things to get very, very windy down there. I've just heard the footsteps of Charlie White from Vertical. He is here, he is keen, he is ready. He's been here all week and I still haven't found a volume button on him, but he is very, very passionate about his aircraft.
Hi, Joe.
eVTOL, I should say. Welcome, Charlie.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here again, 5th day.
So you and me, both from the Bristol area,
yep.
But while I'm just tending my garden now and again, you're doing something of significance with Vertical. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so Vertical Aerospace is a company founded 10 years ago today in Bristol, and we design eVTOL aircraft. So we started off in the first few years building kind of quadcopter drone prototypes. We iterated, and eventually about 6 years ago we decided, you know what, it would be good if we had a wing. So
we
did that.
eVTOL, as
yes.
Like we know it. Just explain what eVTOL means.
So eVTOL, it stands for electric vertical takeoff and landing. So it means it's an aircraft that is purely battery powered. There is no kind of fuel inside. It's just a battery, a couple of AA's. And then it's vertical takeoff and landing, which means that it doesn't need a runway. It just needs a little bit of space to go up and then forwards. So you're going to see that today.
The aircraft changes from what we call normal wing flight, where a wing would generate the lift. It actually transitions by moving the propulsion systems.
Absolutely.
What's the technical? Are they called nacelles? What are they? How do you describe
we
them?
say we have electric motors, and those are tilted. So tilt actuation systems would be the technical term.
You need to work on that.
Yeah.
That's
Should we get a better brand? Yeah.
Pod.
A pod. Yeah. Okay. We can work on that. We can work on that. But yeah, and you can see looking across now the aircraft. Our prototype is starting to taxi towards the runway, and we cannot wait to show everyone what we've been working on. I mean, it's been a pleasure, the 4 days this week, to show the people who have come for Farnborough, but to have the crowds today, 55,000 people here to see Vertical Aerospace. Oh, well,
Come for you.
don't be silly.
So the eVTOL, what you're going to see today, the first flight was on Monday, and that was history in the making, literally.
Yeah.
We had the first ever eVTOL aircraft displaying at Farnborough, and today you're going to see unfortunately, the last flight of the week. The last time you'll see this here before. This aircraft then goes back into the test flight program that the aircraft is.
So this is, and that's right, this is a test, a development aircraft, a test flight aircraft. So it's full of sensors measuring every little bit of every flight. All flights this week, the engineers at Vertical Aerospace will be looking at the data and understanding how it's performing in front of the crowds here. And yeah, it's all about learning and building the future. That is what this aircraft is about. It is building the future, and it's just incredibly proud moment. We have a number of employees on site today, so we've had a few throughout the week, but I think there's a couple of hundred here today to witness this with their families. My family is here as well, so I think there'll be a couple of tears today, because people have worked really, really hard on this, and they deserve a huge shout out.
A heads up to all you people out there with the big lenses, and there's a lot of lens envy going on, with some guys having a lot. I mean, there's some serious money being spent on them. The transitional flight from where it's going from normal flight into the hover, that's the sweet spot for me, for the photographer.
That's the magic
potion.
potion.
If you're running video, make sure you get that.
Yeah, so in a few moments we're going to start to see the 8 motors, so actually worth mentioning how this aircraft is designed. So it has a wing, but it also has 8 motors on top of it. And the front 4 motors can tilt forward, as we mentioned prior, and that pulls the aircraft forward. So in a few short moments we're going to see those motors accelerate, start to build their spin rate, their RPMs as we say, and the aircraft will lift off, and you'll be able to hear it, and it'll be quite the contrast to the helicopters that we've just seen do a fantastic display. But it's all about listening to it, because it sounds different, and that's one of the awesome parts of this aircraft.
It hardly sounds like anything. That's the whole point when it comes to
that is the whole point. We really want this to connect communities. And we can't connect communities if we're really loud, because we'll keep them up all night. We won't be able to have nice business meetings and children's classes if we're really loud. So this aircraft has been designed to be quiet. And
so the applications for that are obvious with regards to defence work as well. I know that Vertical are talking. Also, I saw in the news that you guys have been recipients of a £10 million funding grant from the government. That's the sort of confidence that the United Kingdom government had.
I think that's what we're working towards. I think we're really grateful for the support that we get as being part of the UK. The government has been really, really supportive. So I mean, that's what it's all about. This is innovation on British soil, and we should be really proud of that. We should be pushing for this in this country.
I'm very happy to see my taxpayers' money go in that direction, because you're supporting British jobs, you're supporting British technology, and this genuinely is a world-class project.
And we should be doing difficult things. I mean, every difficult thing needs to be done for a reason, but we should not shy away from doing challenging things. We want to inspire everyone here. There's going to be a lot of kids in school who are thinking about what to do with their lives. It doesn't need to be technical, but do something that kind of moves the needle in the world. That's what it's all about, and that's what we're really, really proud about.
So we're looking up on the screens. If you're lucky enough to be around the big screens, you can see these typed-in pictures of the aircraft, and all the rotor blades are fully functional. So it's going to be lifting very slowly, Charlie.
We can start to see the motors spinning up now, and I think any moment now we'll see those wheels leave the ground, so keep an eye on that aircraft as our pilot today, Chief Test Pilot Cy Davies, is going to be pulling back on his right-hand joystick, pulling the aircraft into the sky, and there we go! Amazing sight here at Farnborough, in front of everyone. Listen to the sound it makes, and look at the stability as the aircraft yaws, which means it's turning towards the runway. And now it's a simple command from our pilot, Cy. Push forward on his left joystick and command that acceleration as those front 4 tilts start to tilt forward, pulling the aircraft into the direction of the runway. The airflow will start to build over that wing, and more lift will be generated from that wing instead of those motors, which means the motors start to relax as the flight control system is just delicately balancing the aircraft as it goes past the commentary booth. What a sight as the tilts are now fully forward, and those aft motors, as you can see, start to ease off, and they're barely even spinning now. And what happens is the propellers, after the motor's been turned off, the propellers start to do what's called a stowing maneuver, where they go from a 90-degree configuration to on top of each other, and then they park in a really streamlined aerodynamic position to allow the aircraft to have a really nice, efficient flight. And wow, what a moment. That is aviation history at Farnborough Airshow for the general public today. What a proud moment.
How much of that transition is automated, or is the pilot working on a lot of switches?
The pilot's having a great time. We've spent a lot of time working on the control system, so the pilot is really just commanding what he wants out of the aircraft. So it's just an acceleration command, and there's lots of really technical goods going on inside the aircraft software to feel the aircraft and balance it, and it looks like that. And so you see a right turn out of the airstrip, and then a left turn as we want to come back, and you can all listen to how it sounds as it flies over us shortly.
So the controls are very much fly-by-wire. He's flying into the computer, and the computer is interpreting his inputs and then transitioning that to the aircraft will feel very steady to him.
And there are lots of ways for the computer to do what it wants to do. So if the aircraft needs to accelerate or the aircraft needs to turn slightly, it can use a number of different ways to do that. It could flap some of what we call ruddervators, which is for a VTOL, something that allows the aircraft to pitch up, move up and move down. And there are other control surfaces which allow it to bank, so tilt left and right. So the computer can decide exactly how it wants, and that's part of our safety solution, because if for one reason the aircraft has a failure on one particular element, it can just use something else. And that allows us to build in this airliner level safety. And it's flying over us now. I'm going to stop speaking, because listen to it. It's very quiet. What an amazing sight. And it's worth at this moment reflecting on why do Vertical want to do this? I mean, it's a really challenging thing. And at this moment, we really think of our why as a company in two ways. The first way is really about solving an engineering problem. It's difficult to get around cities. There's lots of ground congestion issues, leaves on the rail line, or traffic, and it takes a really long time to get from A to B. So we think this kind of technology can solve that. But wider than that, if you look at transport over the last 100, 200 years, every step change that we've had, whether it be trains, cars, commercial aviation, they've not just brought back people's time, they've actually changed their lives for the better. They've allowed them to connect into new communities. They've allowed us to actually go on holiday, or they've allowed us to do new business. And we look at this aircraft in exactly the same way. This will, we believe, will change people's lives. It will connect communities. It might bring a doctor closer to their patient. The opportunities are endless. It's such a versatile aircraft, and we just love showing the crowds here as a company.
So obviously this is the prototype version. You have a production version as well, which is in the halls, whereabouts?
Yeah, so our production version is in Hall 4, so please do come and take a look. It is exactly the same as this in terms of the overall layout. So it has 8 motors, the front 4 tilt forward, it has a wing, it has VTOL, but it's just got those refinements as we get our way towards certification to allow all of us here to be able to fly on it in the future, just building that future of aviation.
When you say all of us, how many is that? Can you spit on board?
So it can fit 4 people, but the cabin is quite roomy, so we'll be able to expand to 6 people. But yeah, we're going to hopefully build quite a few of these.
Now he's coming in from the left-hand side, and I think he's configuring to transition again into the hover.
Absolutely. So at this moment, everything we spoke about in the first half of this demonstration, it's the reverse. So as the pilot pulls back on that left joystick, the aircraft is slowing down. And as it does so, the lift from the wing is starting to wane. So it gently spins up the rotors, pulling more of that lift back onto the motors instead of the wing. And those front 4 motors are tilting up, and again the aircraft is delicately balancing its stability along the way. We'll see it coming along the runway now. It's a beautiful sight. Just listen to it as it comes past. Wow. And this is what it's all about. We want to inspire all of us to dream big. This is a technical challenge. As it goes past the commentary booth now, I'm still feeling inspired. I've been working at this company for 5 years, and I've never been more inspired, honestly, looking at this site. I'm so proud, and if you look at all the Vertical people here, we're all so proud of this as it comes into its hover maneuver towards the end of this demonstration. Listen to the sound of it compared to those helicopters. What a sight as it comes to almost a full stop in
Great
the air.
video. If you've got your videos or your iPhones out, this is the shot because you're looking at aviation history at Farnborough for 2026 with the eVTOL. And look at that yaw control, perfect, steady.
And this is where our pilot starts to have a bit of fun. Hovering around here, spinning to the crowds, and he's just, I'd love to be in there. Twisting his controller to command that yaw. And one of the benefits is actually, you'll notice most aircraft have been taking off and landing into the wind. But what we've done is taken off into the wind and landed with the wind, which is another reason our aircraft is extremely versatile for different environments.
Envelope being demonstrated there is he's creeping the aircraft backwards as well. So I think that's done with rotor pitch.
So we can do that mostly actually again by tilting them back a little bit so they can go back just a bit further. We can loosen some of the speed of the motors at the back and it just tilts backwards. But yeah, it's an incredible technical innovation.
And looking at that maneuver, I understand the actual practical applications of that because sometimes you go into a space that's a little tight and you don't want to be going straight in because you're going to be coming out. So to be able to rotate and then back into the space in the same way.
Absolutely.
That's a practical application.
This is going to be a really versatile aircraft, and you'll see it when you go into Hall 4 and see the production version. But the opportunities are endless, from the commercial missions that we've spoken about today to defense. We're looking at integrating what's called autonomy on there, so perhaps not even needing a pilot in the future. It's just such an exciting time.
Association will have something to say about that.
I'm sure they will. But the main thing is, what an inspiring sight this is to see. And this is British technical innovation. I'm sure everyone can be really proud to know that this comes from this beautiful country. And wow, what a demonstration today. I hope everyone really, really enjoyed it, because it's been a pleasure building, testing and flying this here for the crowds at Farnborough.
Now Charlie, you're going to taxi this aircraft back into the static area up on the right of the commentary position, so people will be able to get a close-up view?
Absolutely, yeah. In a few moments we'll see the SAAB is going to convert the mode of the aircraft from flight mode to taxi mode, and the outboard motors will tilt forwards, allowing the aircraft to kind of drive along the runway, in other terms. And we're going to park it very close to everyone so that we can get everyone as close as possible to the aircraft. And you can really see what is the technology that makes this happen.
So if you want to get a close-up look at this extraordinary demonstration aircraft, it's halfway, it's right in the middle practically of the static aircraft display. Head down towards the commentary position and you can't help but miss it. If you have got as far as the UH-60 and the Chinook, the F-47F, you've gone too far. Turn around and go back.
Absolutely. So when we look at this, and we've demonstrated this all week, we really think of this in obviously a number of ways, and we get very excited about it, as I do. But what we want everyone to think about is that this is not just a concept. This is not a render. This is real. It's happening now. It's not a science project, and we're going to make this the future. So you're going to see a lot more of these types of aircraft in the future, and many of us will be able to fly on them, and I can't wait to see how it's going to change all of our lives for the better.
So I know the aircraft is operating out of Campbell, doing a lot of flight testing as well, and your officers and the design team are actually in Bristol
That's
itself.
right, that's right.
What sort of time frame are we looking before your best guess for certification?
So we're targeting 2029 as the certification date. So we're really excited to get back to the offices after this air show and continue to make that happen. And yeah, you'll be seeing it flying over. You won't be hearing it, but you'll be seeing it flying over your house.
Well, to everybody at Vertical, and you especially, Charlie, you've been an absolute pleasure to work with. Your enthusiasm for not just the aircraft itself, but the company itself has been washing over me all week. And it's been a real pleasure working with you.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for having us. This has been a real big moment for us. And I hope everyone can just feel inspired by what we've seen. And as I said earlier, please do congratulate any Vertical person you see with a cap or a T-shirt. And we have the next one going. Thank you.
Well, now, rolling from the right, our next display item, Bombardier Global 8000. very fine display indeed, an excellent piece of display flying, and the crew will be working hard to make sure that they give us some excellent views of the top side of this aircraft as it goes through its sequence. The aircraft that we are now looking at is the fastest certified civil aircraft since the Concorde. Let's take a look at its basic specifications. A wingspan of 111 feet or 32 metres, overall length of 104 feet or 34 metres. In a business aviation configuration, the aircraft features 4 zones, and there's even an option to add a bed to the aft zone. With 8 passengers on board, the aircraft has an impressive range of 8,000 nautical miles, easily linking Farnborough to Los Angeles, Sao Paulo or Bali in Indonesia non-stop. Well, next up we're seeing the aircraft's high-speed capabilities. The top speed of the Global 8000 is Mach 0.95, and to achieve that outstanding speed certification, the flight test model actually had to fly at supersonic speeds, reaching Mach 1.02 in flight testing. Obviously not flying supersonic today, but quite a high speed nonetheless at 290 knots, and yet you heard just how quiet that aircraft was as it passed by. This particular aircraft we see here is a record holder. It broke a speed record flying into Farnborough from Los Angeles, clocking a speed of 998.64 kilometers per hour. And during that flight, the aircraft reached Mach 0.93, briefly touching the Mach 0.94 mark. But while this aeroplane can fly very quickly, it also boasts the slowest approach speeds available in a large cabin jet. The wing of the Global 8000 aircraft is an engineering marvel. It offers the highest speeds and the smoothest ride, but also very low speeds as well. At its trailing edge, it features highly efficient multi-segment double-slotted Fowler flaps, but it's the leading edge and where all of the subtle wing technology resides. The leading edge slats further increase the wing area and the camber of the wing, allowing for slower, safer speeds on landing. The aircraft will now demonstrate the advantages of the slower approach speeds. They give more time for the pilots to react in this critical phase of flight, and they also allow unmatched ability to fly the Global 8000 into many smaller airports worldwide that were previously inaccessible to an aircraft of this size. The aircraft is now fully configured for landing, landing gear down, flaps 4. It's approaching at 112 knots, and it's about to do something of a wing rock up to 30 degrees angle of bank. On the flight deck, there is a highly advanced glass cockpit and side stick controllers. There are 4 large multi-function displays as well as a head-up display. For operations in poor weather or low light, the cockpit features an enhanced vision system using infrared cameras and a synthetic vision system which allows the pilots to see a simulated view of the terrain outside, which allows for unparalleled situational awareness, whatever the weather. Meanwhile, further back, the passenger cabin can be configured with a variety of options: a club suite, a conference area, an entertainment area with a sofa and a 55-inch television, a bedroom with a full-size double bed and a 35-inch TV. That bedroom can even have an ensuite bathroom with a stand-up shower. Additionally, a second bathroom and a fully equipped galley can be installed at the front of the aircraft. Maximum capacity is for 19 passengers. Global 8000 is designed to be as versatile as possible, able to operate from relatively short runways. And that is possible due to the carbon fibre wheel brakes, but also the advanced wing that we have already discussed, which allows for some very low approach speeds. And the advantages of these slower approach speeds are twofold, giving the pilots more time to react and also allowing access to those small airports. The aircraft now setting up out to our right-hand side, and we're going to see a demonstration of its short-field landing capabilities. Once again slowing to 112 knots, and the crew aiming to come to a stop on the runway in around 820 metres. Thrust reversers deployed, and my goodness, that was a short landing. A fabulous display by Mark, Olau, Eric Nordberg, and Ed Grabner, who made up the display crew this week. And they were telling us earlier on today, this is the first time that Bombardier have participated in a flying display for as long as they can remember. We certainly hope that it is not the last, because that was a really fine piece of display flying. Well, coming up next and emerging out towards the runway, down at the left-hand end of the showground, we have Fursan Al Emarat from the UAE Air Force. This the first time in over a decade that a jet aerobatic team has performed a full aerobatic display here at the Farnborough International Airshow. And as Joe was describing earlier, they have really had their work cut out for them, developing a bespoke display routine for Farnborough's very particular display area and airspace requirements. It has been quite an undertaking, and everyone here has been so incredibly grateful to them for the hard work that they have done. And Joe, for you, this is a team with which you have had a long association. I think it's only right that you introduce them, because your history with this team goes back to the very beginning.
Absolutely. I was fortunate enough to live in the UAE for many years, moved out there in 2006, and I commentated on the second ever display for Fursan Al Emarat down on the Corniche in Abu Dhabi, in front of His Highness. And the team has evolved throughout the years, and they have become world leaders in what they do, and they're representing, of course, the UAE, and they're doing a sterling job. Fresh from their very successful tour in America, where they helped the United States of America celebrate 250 years can't have not seen the U-tubes. Did you see any of that, where they're going up the Hudson?
Yeah, they flew down the Hudson for the Sail 250 event on the 4th of July, and then the following few days flew at the Jones Beach Airshow, their first time in the US, and continuing to be very active on the international circuit, because later this year they'll be flying at a couple of European shows in September.
Absolutely, and that's all because they've transitioned to this new aircraft, the L-15 Falcon, and that gives them air-to-air refueling capabilities, and now they can truly go global and representing the United Arab Emirates. So they're going to backtrack on runway 24 before they turn around, and they will be taking off in formation. Have your cameras ready. Of course, 7 aircraft representing 7 Emirates of the United Arab Emirates. A lot of people think, oh, it's Dubai. Dubai is not a country. Dubai is an emirate within the United Arab Emirates. Abu Dhabi, Fujairah, Ras Al Khaimah, and 7 in total make up the country of the United Arab Emirates. The beautiful livery that we can see now as it's taxiing past, black and gold, that is not by accident. The black representing the oil wealth of the United Arab Emirates, and the gold representing the beautiful golden sands of the UAE. And they do have some amazing deserts. Like I said, I lived out there for many years, and many a weekend I spent on the way down to Alain and by Big Red, or if you go over towards Abu Dhabi and down towards the Saudi border, there's an area there called the Empty Quarter, and I was lucky enough to stay in it. I can highly recommend it. There's a place called Casa Al Sarab, and oh, it's just off this. It's like Lawrence of Arabia deserts. So that's what the gold on the top of the UAE aircraft is all about.
And you say 7 aircraft for the 7 Emirates, 7 gold lines for the 7 Emirates as well. So the symbolism goes deeper still. That paint scheme, it is stunning. It is the work of an Italian designer called Mirko Pecorari.
Thank you, John and Adam, for this amazing representing of our team Fursan Al Emarat. And yes, as you say, our team is 7 aircraft are representing our 7 Emirates, and we have 7 pilots who really had high skills and high performance of skills, and who travel here. They cross the oceans, they cross the lands to join here in Farnborough International Airshow. Let me present to you our pilots. I will start with Emirati number 1, Salim Al-Ka'bi. He is our leader, and Emirati number 2 is Abdurrahman Al-Hantubi. Emirati number 3 is Ali Al-Yammahi. Emirati number 4 is Saeed Al-Hfeiti. Emirati number 5 is Muhammad Al-Yammahi. And solo number 6, Emirati number 6, Muhammad Al-Dhanhani. And solo Emirati number 7 is Sultan Al-Kindi, and he's our commander. All these teams are moving with good communication all together. The leader will take the order, he will give the orders, and he will receive the comments and the good communications from the rest of the team. Ladies and gentlemen, be ready for our show, and you will enjoy also with our show that we will represent our cultural musics also, including with the show. And John and Adam, maybe I want to request that also as our smoke, we will use it today in our show. It will be as the same color that in our flag, United Arab Emirates flag.
Absolutely, and the smoke systems that they've included on these aircraft are quite remarkable, very strong colors. Moving on to the L-15E, it's marking the biggest change in the team's history since it was formed back in 2008. For many, many years, the Fursan Al Emarat was flying the very dependable Aerobatic MB339, more than 15 years. But then last year at the Dubai Airshow, I was pleased to be there, and they unveiled this new aircraft. And the National Aerobatic team has transitioned to this modern, advanced jet trainer, making its international debut in America, and as I said, last year in Dubai. But we welcome it here today at Farnborough, and a huge thank you to the team, because as I said earlier, it's very difficult airspace around here. It's very tight, it's very constricted, and Fursan Al Emarat with Sultan Kindi at the lead have adapted their routine, and they've cherry-picked the best pieces from it and made it fit into this very tight airspace. You can't help but notice there's a big aircraft being towed down the runway. This is a slight change to our routine because the A400 is being prepped for a departure a little bit later on. It's been tasked, so once the A400 has been exited the runway to the left, Fursan Al Emarat will then be cleared to take off. The L-15E is a 4th generation advanced jet trainer. It's designed for high performance flying. It's powered by afterburning turbofan engines, which offer significantly greater speed, of course acceleration and climb performance than its predecessors. A fully digital fly-by-wire flight control system that provides exceptional precision, allowing the pilots to do these close formations and the dynamic maneuvers that have become the trademark of Fursan Al Emarat. And everybody keeps asking me, Joe, what's Fursan Al Emarat means? And that means Knights of the Emirates in English. The aircraft is capable of reaching speeds of approaching Mach 1.4, and again, they can operate up to 52,000 feet, and that gives a very impressive envelope and also helps with those big long transitions that they've been doing over to America and then back to Europe, and they're going to drop down, fly through Europe on the way back, stop at Athens Week, I know that as well. And the F-15E is proving itself a very capable aircraft with regards to that. We'll just wait until the A400M clears. Oh, I got a little wave from the pilot there. Just see that? Give me a little wave. That's nice. Never mind waving, clear the runway. So he's taxiing by, and they're going to pull off to the left and go into the pan where Fursan Al Emarat were parked up earlier. If you want to find out more about the team, there's online, isn't there? They have a website.
Yeah, there is an online Instagram, and we have a tent that on the right side of our area here. On the right side, you will find the tent of Fursan Al Emarat. You can find some souvenirs, some gifts, and we can share you a social media account also there. You can meet our pilots there. You can take some posters, some photos with our pilots if you like, and you can have the poster with the signatures also with our 7 pilots maybe after the show. They are planning to that. They did that already before the show and maybe after the show also as well. Our commander, he told me that we have a surprise for people who's watching us today. I told him, yeah, what was the surprise? He said that we choose our smoke very carefully to be really friendly with the people and with the community. And today the takeoff will be like you will see the smoke is starting from the runway, you know, from the ground. So our smoke is really friendly. Don't scare about this. Make your cameras ready to capture that moment. Like our show is not only about the sky. No, the show will start from the runway, from turning on the engines, from the taxiing. That's why we make sure that also to include the music and the commentating, including with our show, you know. Usually I say this in Arabic, so if you would like to allow me to say it in Arabic, like Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أهلا وسهلا بكم في معرض فانبرا الدولي للطيران هنا في المملكة المتحدة. فريق فرسان الإمارات يشاركون في هذا العرض الجوي المذهل. اليوم سترون 7 طائرات تشارك هنا ممثلة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة ووزارة الدفاع هنا في المملكة المتحدة. سيداتي وسادتي، الطائرات مستعدة للإقلاع. And that means the aircraft are ready to take off.
Unfortunately, the A400M is still on the runway, so once we clear that, the Fursan Al Emarat, I'm sure we'll be giving immediate clearance to take off. They'll be taking off in big wing and then transitioning into kite on the way back. And they're safely lined up on runway 24. And the A400 looks like it's been packed actually over to the eastern side, which is good. That'll make it quicker. and once that's clear, then we will see it. So as Fursan Al Emarat were saying, the have a media, or they have a tent available up in the spectators area. Pop along, have a look. Always nice to get a souvenir of the day, and they've been extremely generous with that, so I'll definitely be hoovered up today when 50,000 people say free pen, I'm on my way.
During this time, John, when I'm looking to the aircraft, I know that behind those aircraft to be ready here in the runway, there is a team, like an engineers team, there is a social media team, there is an cameraman, there is someone who's following the social media account and keep updating people. Fursan Al Emarat is one big environment which is all working hand to hand each other. They are standing each other as well. You know, like I have seen the engineer team how they was working and hard, really hard, and trying to fix any problem or anything like. You know that it's a new experience for us to travel all this distance and to count each hazard that we will face, or how we can solve the issues as fast as we can, because we are not in our area. So the engineer team was doing a very big stuff and big and hard job to make all the 7 aircraft ready for the whole shows day by day. It's a really big crew and big team. Our commander was really taking careful about all those details about each one in this team to try to represent our country in really a good picture. It's not about only the air show, it's about the whole team, how they are moving as a one country, you know. This was our message, which we transferred through all this distance reaching here, Farnborough.
So get ready, ladies and gentlemen. I've just heard on the radio that Fursan Al Emarat have been given clearance on the runway, and any moment now, team leaders breaks off. Get ready for a big wing takeoff. They will take off in formation with Sultan Kindi bringing up the rear in number 7, and you'll hear this very distinctive turbofan noise as it spools up the L-15E. It has a very distinctive sound. And let's just listen out to this as they get ready for the roll.
We have some special symphonies from our aircraft you will enjoy today with the show.
Lights on. Ladies and gentlemen, rolling now at Farnborough 2026 from the United Arab Emirates. It's Fursan Al Emarat. All 7 aircraft safely off. Sultan Kindi adjusting his position as number 7 and sliding into the slot. The aircraft will bend off to the left-hand side and climb up to 5,000 feet. And they will arrive back in Bing Wing. And then as they come down in the downward component, watch the aircraft, all 7 aircraft change shape into kite. Perfect takeoff. Now the front echelon will slow down as the team leader bends the aircraft around behind us. You can see the team changing shape already. as they come back around. Again, I cannot stress how difficult it is to keep within the very restricted airspace in Farnborough, especially with a big wing of 7 aircraft as well. And Fursan and Emarat are exhibiting exemplary airmanship in doing so. Look at that tight formation. You could literally get a measuring stick out between them. They're gone absolutely in formation. Nobody out of position, and all 7 aircraft flying as one big wing.
So Fursan Emarat is about to enter the runway from the left side for the first maneuver, which is big wing.
So the aircraft topping out 5,000 feet. Get ready as they pitch down and come down to about 300 feet. Putting a lot of G in the bottom of that turn. About 3.5 to 4 G. So imagine 4 times your own body weight pushing down on you as you're controlling this aircraft.
A few moments and the smoke will be on, the color smoke will be on.
So here they come, San Emarat. Big wing formation. Now keep an eye on number 6 and number 7 at the back as they come through the top of this loop. And you see them slipping back, number 6 and number 7, changing shape. And at the bottom of the loop, into kite.
Don't see how smooth they are changing their positions and during this rolling and going back to the normal again.
So as the team pull out to the right hand side, they're going to bend back around to the left and come running in on runway 24. And what we're going to see is what's called a roll into a loop. But they're going to individually roll. The whole formation is not going to roll. Each individual aircraft will snap roll, and then they'll pitch up as one and go into a big loop. Great video shot. So get ready as they come back in from the right-hand side. They're going to come down to about 400 feet, from 5,000 feet. Transition from kite into diamond. And then get your cameras ready. Just about crowd center, just about before the control tower, all of the aircraft will snap roll to the right, 360 degrees.
Let's actually show how on display how amazing the teamwork are and how they are rolling all each at the same time. After the smoke off, aircraft will be rolled.
Cameras ready. Rolling. The other side. Amazing.
So after that, they are looping and taking their positions again. The 7 aircraft are all in the communication with each other. Number 1 is giving the orders, and 7 and 6 are fixing the rest of the group in the same time, and they are flipping back. Moving to the left and preparing for the next maneuver, which will be the line breast.
So transitioning back down to 400 feet, Sultan Kindi again slips back into that kite formation, or I call it an arrowhead, but they've got it down as kite. So that's what we're going to do. Now he's pulling the aircraft, the whole team head up to about 5,000 feet. And they'll come running in from the left-hand side for the 4th maneuver. The aircraft will go line abreast, so one big line all the way across, and then into a loop, and then in the loop into diamond as they come back down out the top of the loop.
You can see them now, the whole team are looking to the leader. So who's in the right side, they are looking to the left. And who's in the left side, they are looking to the right. For the rest of the team, they are all waiting for the order from the leader.
got the G being pulled at the bottom of that loop up to 4 times your own body weight pushing down on you. This is testament to not just the mental fitness of the pilots from Fursan and Emarat, but also the physical fitness. A lot of pressure being put on your body and your blood all flowing down away from your head. That's what the G suits are for. They'll constrict your body, they'll literally squeeze you, so it stops the blood flowing from the top of your body down in towards your legs. Because one thing you want running around in your head is brain power, and that's all powered by the blood with the oxygen. So watch now as the aircraft head back in from the right-hand side. Keep an eye on Sultan Kindi as he comes back this time.
It will be solo separation, and yes, as John say, Sultan Al-Kindi will split from the group and the rest of the group will continue straight, preparing for the next maneuver, but he will pull high Gs.
So the smoke system will be on very shortly, and again, watch out for number 7 as Sultan Kindi, Colonel Sultan Kindi, team commander, starts to separate before he starts his solo routine. Slips out to the right, pitches the aircraft up, and rolling around the aircraft with what we call the straight DNA. Well, half a straight DNA. Now, max rate turn by Sultan Kindi as he's putting hard back on the stick. A lot more G than 4 this time. The aircraft really pulsing as he comes around for a Schneider bend. Leveling back onto crowd center. Pull back on the stick. Big G loadings right there. Really feeling it. Beautiful underside shot of the aircraft with the blazing colors of the United Arab Emirates flag. Now the main body heading off to the left and Sultan heading in that general direction, but watch out for them. They will return back after that Schneider bend in the max rate turn, pulling about 290 knots in that turn. But now the main body of aircraft, the 6 remaining aircraft are going to return, and they're going to finish a full straight DNA as they come through.
So from the left side, Fursan Al-Emarat is about to enter again with single denier, which we created special for this air show. Fursan Al-Emarat was preparing and trying so hard to have an unique and special maneuvers for Farnborough air show. Now Fursan Al-Emarat is about to enter from left side without number 7 because he's preparing for the other different maneuver. Fursan Al-Emarat, all the 6 aircraft from the left side. Watch number 6, how is rolling in there.
Number 6 pitching up, rolling around his teammates with 5 aircraft in front of him. Beautifully executed and then sliding back into the slot.
Again from left side, solo number 7, Sultan Al-Kindi is about to enter.
Watch the performance of the F-15E Falcon as he rolls the aircraft before pulling hard back on the stick. Again, another max rate turn. Sultan's body feeling the pressure as he exits out to the left. So keep an eye out to the right-hand side. You'll see the main body now in diamond formation, or kite, I should say. And they're going to come running in from the right, but coming in from the left is Sultan Kindi.
You know, it's hard for me to draw a circle in the paper. Sultan is really amazing to draw this circle with an aircraft. And you know, it's not about only the pilot, it's about the aircraft and pilot and pulling positive and negative G. Fursan Al-Emarat from right side now, they are entering again.
So as the team enter into Diamond Loop, watch at the top of the maneuver. Again, they're going to change shape. So 1, 2, and 3, leading them up all the way to the top, staying in diamond. And as they transition downward in the downward component, the aircraft will head out to our left and start into that change.
Preparing for themselves, and now from right side again, solo number 7, Sultan Al-Kindi Emirati number 7. He will enter for roll 8, then he will join the rest of the Fursan Al-Emarat for flag cross. First, he will show his skills as a solo.
Aircraft inverted, great time to find your pen if you've dropped it. Just pop up on the counter in front of you and snap the aircraft back around before he pulls the aircraft up into the vertical. And it looks like we're going to have a Cuban. As the aircraft comes over the top, he'll roll the aircraft back around. There's the roll, and then pitch back down onto runway 06. Speed building up all the time, and also that G loading, especially at the bottom. Again, a reverse of the half Cuban, this time completing it and doing a full Cuban maneuver as he pitches over at the top, rolls the aircraft around. And back out to the left. Keep an eye out for the main body of aircraft. As they come back, it's time for the flag cross, or as I like to call it, parking the car in the garage.
Yeah.
Perfectly executed. Sultan Kindi into the vertical. Now, unfortunately, we are approaching the end of the display for United Arab Emirates and Fursan Al-Emarat. Knife edge pass by Sultan Kindi as he keeps the aircraft in a 180 degrees. So what's going to happen now is all 7 aircraft are going to join back up together on our right hand side. Then they're going to bend around and come back down the runway and runway 24. Number 6 and number 7 are going to drop back, and the main body of 5 aircraft will keep the kite formation at the front, and then 6 and 7 will rotate around the smoke of the main body, creating what we call the UAE DNA, replicating a DNA helix, and this is their closing signature maneuver. So coming from the right very shortly with some very accompanying music will be Fursan Al-Emarat and the UAE DNA.
You know, John, we say that we move with our gymnastics, with our skills, with our pilots, with our aircraft here to join and to show you our skills and to make you enjoy this air show. Welcome Fursan Al-Emarat from the right side with UAE DNA.
Executed. A salute to Fursan Al-Emarat. Still have one pass to come back, because when Fursan Al-Emarat come into land, they don't just come into land. They come into land and they break before they land. So the whole team will join up, they'll go downwind and then break in towards coming over runway 24, and they'll fly line astern, and then each individual aircraft will peel off to the right-hand side as they come back to land.
It's our way to say goodbye as a professional way. And I'm sure, John, you have seen this in Middle East, how we have nose kissing, and we never give our back when we say goodbye. Like we say, we should say it in our face. We choose it. Yeah, we choose it perfectly to say it in your face, and showing our how we are professional to say goodbye, even with aircraft. This has been chosen with the whole team. Like we like our people. We like people who's watching us. So we want them to enjoy our show until last moment. So yeah, Fursan Emarat will enter in a special way and braking as a professional way to release the speed and taking a side, then prepare to land.
Fursan Emarat, as we were told earlier, have a ground tent. If you want to know more about the team, go and grab some stickers and some badges. And I think, is there any of those kites left? I know you had some kites that were around as well. Please do go along. It's right at the end as you head down towards the vertical and also towards the GE area where the testbed aircraft were earlier. And they'll be very, very happy to see you. So get ready for the final time as they position themselves. They'll change from that kite formation very shortly into line abreast. Line of stern, and they'll come in to land, peeling off with the full colours going as well. So we'll get to see the colours of the United Arab Emirates over the skies at Farnborough International Airshow 26. And you can see the team beginning to get into line. And here they come for the final time. And a huge thank you to the team, Sultan Kindi and everybody involved. It's been a pleasure having you here, gentlemen, and inshallah we'll see you again some other day. Ladies and gentlemen, from the United Arab Emirates, Fursan Emarat.
As I started in Arabic, I would like to end it by Arabic. شكرا لكم على مشاهدة فريق فرسان الإمارات ممثلين دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة ووزارة الدفاع والقوات الجوية. فريق فرسان الإمارات كان معكم في معرض فامبرا الدولي للاستعراضات الجوية، ونلقاكم في عروض أخرى إن شاء الله. شكرا لكم.
So as Fursan Emarat come downwind to land, again, thank you, huge appreciation. Coming up next, a unique aircraft. The aircraft itself, not so unique, it's a SAAB 340, but it's providing a test bed for a brand new genre of propulsion. I am the proud owner of a hybrid car, and nothing makes me happier than when I see that little green light come on at the top of a hill and I'm thinking, oh, this is free, I'm getting free electricity all the way down the hill. Well, they're taking that technology and they're transferring it into an aircraft engine. Absolutely makes sense. So you've got a regular propulsion engine, turboprop, but it's hooked up to this amazing hybrid technology that's going to harvest any free electricity or free energy, I should say. And then that in its own case will then make it more powerful. So in the same way that when I'm in my car, when I get to a junction or maybe I want to overtake someone, the power is there, but I'm not robbing it from the footprint from the petrol engine. So I'm very pleased to say that Ray is back, Ray Martel from GE. Ray, how was yesterday for you?
Yesterday was excellent. It was perfect weather and a great display day. Everything went perfectly as planned.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Adam, who is going to be quizzing you about this wonderful test bed. You had enough of me yesterday.
Excellent.
You'll enjoy it. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for GE Aerospace and Beta Technologies with the SAAB 340B hybrid aircraft.
Yes, and that aircraft waiting down at the far left-hand end of the runway, just waiting for the aircraft of Fursan Al Emarat to touch down and clear. And as we wait, Ray, you're the systems leader for this project. We're going to see an aircraft that has a slightly odd aesthetic to it, because on the left-hand side, a standard CT7 jet turbine, but the engine on the right doesn't look quite like any turbine you've seen before. What's going on there?
That's correct. The right-hand side, in addition to that CT7-9, also has a megawatt class electric motor. So the system that's being used here is a parallel hybrid system. So both power plants can be used at the same time. They're coupled through a combining gearbox. So you can think about that right-hand side as if it's almost like two engines in one nacelle.
And so the question that follows is why? What's the advantage of having a hybrid engine system as opposed to a standard CT7 turboprop engine?
The advantage of that is that we can use the electric system to augment portions of the flight envelope where the gas turbine might not be operating at its most efficient. So places like climb, descent, flight idle, areas where, the optimization can be helped, that's where we're looking to use the system and prove out the technology.
So the aircraft now taking to the runway, and we'll get, as it comes by, probably our best look at that rather unusual engine on the right-hand side, the near side to the crowd, with extra intakes on it, some extra lumps and bumps on the nacelle. for a slightly longer pause than I had anticipated while we got Fursan and Emarat back to their parking space. It is now rolling from the left, the GE Aerospace SAAB 340B test bed.
The SAAB is part of the EPFD program, which is a culmination of 10 years of effort with NASA, GE, Boeing, Beta Technologies, highlighting 30,000 feet capable parallel hybrid systems.
And it's the first time this has been done on an aircraft anything like this size, right?
That's correct. It's the first ever demonstration of a megawatt class hybrid electric system in an airline-sized aircraft.
So where does the power come from for that electric motor? Do you have, well, you must have batteries on board and I presume charged by regenerative power from the propellers, but can you charge it on the ground, for example?
The system is capable of that. We, however, always charge in the air. It's a good use of our descent time to do so. And yes, we exercise this in all phases of flight. So as you can see, the plane comes in for this first pass. The pilots would be turning on the hybrid system into motoring mode. So they are adding power to the propellers as they come across and bank across the show center.
And how do they manage that in the cockpit? What controls do they have available to them?
Yeah, we've added changes to the cockpit, including additional controls that allow them to manipulate the amount of electric power in the jet and the direction it goes, whether it's motoring or generating. We've also added additional safety considerations, including alarms, indications in a tablet computer to allow them to see the data directly as they operate the aircraft.
The hybrid system, you've been testing it on the ground for some time now, since 2021. So what hoops were you having to go through before actually putting the system onto a flying aircraft?
Yeah, this has been thousands of hours of laboratory time, ground test time, and stringent airworthiness requirements from not only NASA, the FAA, and GE internal, and all of our partner requirements as well.
And I would have thought there's so many concerns that are not necessarily obvious. Obviously, there is fundamentally, does the system work? But also, you're putting some huge electronic systems in close proximity to some very complex avionics and communication systems, and you'll need to make sure that it's not going to interfere with any of those.
That's right. So, situations like this where the plane's descending and we have the plane in a generating mode, the EMI interference that might be possible here is a major technical hurdle that this program is meant to assure to our partners, NASA, the FAA, and everyone that we are safe to operate. So as you can see, they were in generate mode on that pass, pushing power from that right-hand nacelle through that combining gearbox into the batteries in the fuselage.
And how can we tell that from the ground? Is it something visual? Is it something in the sound?
You can't really tell. The propeller provides most of the noise for this. I just know that from our cadence with the pilots and you know, our arrangement beforehand.
What's the aim of this program, both in the short term in terms of what are you going to be doing in your test program over the next few weeks and months, but also what are the long-term aims? What are you hoping to deliver at the end of this?
The long-term aim is to collect data that goes into our future of flight. This is providing data that goes into all of our next-gen products and provides our partners and NASA with the necessary things to lead the whole industry. So you can see the plane coming around there, again turning into the motoring mode to help assist with that turn. You may have noticed that the livery of this plane matches the 747 that's been parked at the far end of the display, the static display area. The 747 is capable of collecting similar data to the what is on board this airplane, with over 2,000 parameters being collected during every flight.
So, coming around now for its final pass, we get one last look at this absolutely fascinating aeroplane that is part of a fascinating project, and we are very privileged to see it here because this is the first time it has performed as part of a flying display and one of its very few public appearances.
That is correct. That is correct. There's been extensive, like I said, ground testing and flight testing. As you can see here, the plane's coming in dirty, gear down, flaps 20, starting that turn. The plane was flight tested in the United States, ferried over to the show here, but not publicly unveiled until we got here. And it's been a pleasure for us to bring it here and show it off to you and show it off to the industry. Great view of the underbelly and the livery there, gear back up and ready for the end of the show. Our test pilots, Nick Wilson and Chris Caputo, doing a great job. Assisted through the flight program by GE pilots as well, John Oman and Matthew Stannard.
Well, a lovely presentation of the aircraft, very nicely flown, and much like the Global 8000 earlier, I'm going to label that as a really fine piece of display flying, keeping it tight, steep bank angles. That was absolutely fabulous, and I've tremendously enjoyed seeing it over the past few days. Thank you very much.
It was great to be here. It was great to highlight hybrid technology as the future of flight, and our contribution to the industry and all of our partners. We're proud to be here and appreciate the invitation.
Thank you, Ray, and thanks to the whole team at GE Aerospace for providing not just that, but also the equally fabulous 747 that is on static display. Now, a small update about the rest of the flying programme. Unfortunately, we are not going to be seeing the RAF Falcons as we try and get the flying programme back on time. And therefore, our next display item is going to be the Starlings, that pair of extra NGs, running through some of the other items still to enjoy. We've got the US Air Force F-35 demonstration team. We've got the Spitfire from the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flights, the Czech Air Force L159 Alka, Beta Technologies CX300, and ending with the RAF Chinook roll demonstration.
Okay, so as Adam was saying, slight change to our flying program, but it continues on. The Starlings are about 8 miles out, we've been told. They'll be coming in, displaying with a very, very abrupt style of flying. And then after that, the United States Air Force are here with the F-35A demonstration team. The Rolls-Royce Spitfire still to take to the skies, as well as the Czech Air Force L159. Beta Technologies are the penultimate flying display item this afternoon at about 20 to 4. And closing the show for us today, coming up to 4 o'clock, will be the Royal Air Force Chinook roll demonstration team. So still plenty of flying to see and here at Farnborough International 2026. So I'm going to hand it over to Adam, who's going to take you through the next item, which will be the Starling Aerobatic display team.
In the 1980s, German aerobatic pilot and aircraft designer Walter Extra had been trying to improve upon the venerable Pitt Special, which was by then a 40-year-old design, but one which still dominated aerobatic competitions. But he soon came to realise the future lay not with improving old biplanes, but in developing an entirely new monoplane, which offered lower drag, less weight, and cleaner lines. In a few moments' time, we're going to see a display of formation aerobatics by two examples of the Extra NG, one of the latest iterations in that Extra lineup. Well, the team is now out to our left, about to start their display. And the smoke is now on. Please welcome the Starlings Aerobatic team. Lead pilot Tom Cassels and wingman Mike Pickin have more than 50 years of airshow and competition experience between them. They came together in 2021 to form the Starlings, initially flying one Extra NG and one Cap 232, but now flying a pair of Extra NGs. So far they've been flying in what's called echelon formation, with Mike flying at a 45-degree angle back from the leader, but they've now changed to what's called line astern, one behind the other, as they pitch up into a barrel roll. This display requires a huge amount of trust between Tom and Mike. Tom in the lead aircraft is flying on behalf of the whole team. His job is to position the formation smoothly and accurately. For the duration of the display, he'll probably never even see Mike, but he knows that Mike is just a few feet away. Mike's job is simply to stick as close to Tom as possible, trusting that Tom won't do anything to surprise him. The Extra NG is an all-composite aircraft that is powered by a Lycoming IO 580 engine of some 315 horsepower, giving a maximum speed of 250 miles per hour. It's rated to plus or minus 10 G, or 10 times the force of gravity, and it can sustain inverted flight for up to 4 minutes at a time. But it contains more creature comforts than other versions of the Extra: an IFR-capable glass cockpit, comfortable stitched leather seats, and even an autopilot. Watch now as the team pulls up into their trademark manoeuvre, the looping 270. They create a perfect circle in the sky with their smoke before twisting the formation towards us, now into a 270-degree turn. Tom and Mike exit to our front, it's definitely time to get your cameras ready as they prepare for probably the best photo opportunity of the display. They pull through a half loop to come back towards us, hanging in the straps now and splitting in a crossing break. Over the next few minutes, both pilots are going to show us the full extent of the Extra NG's handling characteristics. And it's Tom flying first. His solo routine specialises in gyroscopic tumbles and spins. Tom has been flying since 1983 and has 7,000 flying hours. His aerobatic career began in 1992, initially in the Slingsby Firefly, then the Sling 50 and the Cat 232. He's been the British National Aerobatic Champion on 3 occasions. As well as being a pilot, he's also a display authorization evaluator. Now this is called this is called a torque roll. He's transitioned at the top though into a flat spin. Using full power and full rudder to turn the propeller of the aircraft into a giant gyroscope. Pickett will be next to fly his solo display, and his routine is going to specialise in showcasing the Extra NG's incredibly fast roll rate and precise roll control. The Extra NG can roll it up to 400 degrees per second, one revolution in literally the blink of an eye. That's made possible by the full-span ailerons and underwing spades, which act like power steering. The spades deflect the airflow under the wing, lightening the aerodynamic loads on the ailerons and making it easier to move the stick in the cockpit. Mike began flying at a very young age, winning his first aerobatic competition at the age of just 14. As soon as he could, he began flying at air shows, being the youngest display pilot in the country at that time. At the age of just 23, he became the youngest British Advanced Aerobatic Champion, the second highest skill level, and he now competes at the unlimited level, the highest of the skill levels. He's a commercial pilot by trade, but he also loves vintage aeroplanes, and he's flown over 50 aircraft types in total, including the Spitfire, and in fact, he's the youngest Spitfire pilot in the UK. Two aircraft now chasing each other down in preparation for the Starlings' final manoeuvre. Tom is going to fly inverted down the line while Mike performs barrel rolls around his smoke trail as they come by one last time. Please put your hands together for the Starlings Aerobatic team.
So as the Starlings depart, we're going to be getting ready for our next few items. The Rolls-Royce Spitfire is going to be taxiing out very shortly, and just listening to the sound of a Spitfire is good enough for me. But also you'll notice to the left-hand side, already starting to move out, is the United States Air Force F-35A. Now he will be our next flying display item, but before that I've been told, and we're normally pretty reliable at the Flying Control Committee, that the Spitfire will also taxi out, and that will take off, and that will go off into the hold to the south down around Farnborough, and then the F-35 will do its display, and then the Spitfire will come running back in. But right now, exciting times. The most intelligent aircraft in any airspace today, the F-35A, sometimes referred to as the quarterback of the battlefield. This aircraft is awash with sensors, and the key word is interoperability. I think it gets about 12 points in Scrabble. And interoperability gives this aircraft the ability to gather information from all directions, not just its own sensors, but it actually can tap into other aircraft sensors, and then it can feed that information to wingmen or to other aircraft as well. But in its own right, it's a fifth generation fighter that can sneak up on you and you don't even know it's there. It's deployed its weapons and heading home before you realize you're under attack. It really is the smartest aircraft at the moment on the battlefield. Now, I did see the Rolls-Royce Spit, there he is, just to the left of the F-35. So the F-35 is going to backtrack all the way. Oh, I see what they're doing. F-35 is going to go right to the end of the runway. He's probably going to turn around and start pointing towards runway 24. And once he's cleared that area, that will leave room for the Spitfire, the Rolls-Royce Spitfire and Griffin-powered engine to come out and taxi off. I'm going to keep quiet, I promise. We don't want noise over the engine of the Griffin takeoff. With Spitfires, you don't want to keep them on the ground too long running. They're not renowned for, especially on hot days, to have that massive engine just ticking over. They need some pretty decent amount of air flowing through the radiator, and he's moving forward now. So F-35 will go to the end and hold, and get ready for the beautiful sounds of the Griffin engine from the Mark 19 Rolls-Royce Spitfire. Let's just listen to it take off. So Spitfire rolling down a runway, aborted takeoff there, so he's going to be turning off the runway very shortly and returning to the pan, and that will leave the F-35 in the driver's seat coming from the right-hand side. Again, safety at all times, and the Spitfire doing the right thing and cancelling his takeoff. So I'm going to hand over now to Master Sergeant Buscemi, and from the F-35A United States Air Force display team. Take it away.
Standing in the rain with his head hung low, couldn't get a ticket, it was a sold-out show. Heard the roar of the crowd, he could picture the scene, put his ear to the wall, and like a distant scream, he heard one guitar. But I knew for sure that one guitar felt good in his hands. It didn't take long to understand. Just one guitar, slung way down low, with a one-way ticket, only one way to go. So he started rocking, ain't never gonna stop. In a town without a name, in a heavy downpour, thought he passed his own shadow by the backstage door. Like a trip to the past, that day in the rain, and that one guitar made his whole life change. Now it needs to keep on rocking, he just can't stop. Gotta keep on rocking.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. As we celebrate 250 years of the United States of America, we honor the enduring legacy of freedom and the air power that sustains it. From Europe to the Pacific, this fifth-generation fighter stands at the forefront of a new era of collective defense. Forged through a shared sacrifice, this aircraft has redefined modern air combat, empowering democracies of the world to deter, protect, and when necessary, strike with unmatched precision. I am Master Sergeant Leonard Buscemi from Detroit, Michigan, Team Superintendent and your narrator for today's performance. With me is our team chief, Technical Sergeant Justin Pendleton from Plattsburgh, New York. Our team hails from the 388th Fighter Wing at Hill Air Force Base, Utah, the Air Force's first F-35 combat-coded wing. In just a moment, our demonstration pilot and team commander, Major Sean Rambo Laughlin, will arrive on target. Every maneuver you'll see today reflects the raw power, precision, and discipline our airmen demonstrate around the world. And now, I present to you the newest and most lethal 5th generation fighter aircraft in the world. Your United States Air Force's F-35A Lightning. Reduced ability to detect the aircraft through use of stealth technology. In order to remain deadly, you must maintain a clean profile by carrying your weapons internally. With an internal payload capacity of over 6,000 pounds, the F-35 is the most lethal multi-role fighter aircraft in the world today. If you ever wonder where those munitions hide, here is your answer. The F-35 possesses the ability to reach speeds of 1.6 times the speed of sound, which equates to nearly 1,200 miles per hour. Today, we will showcase just a fraction of the engine's power. Watch now as Major Laughlin accelerates to just below the speed of sound, covering an incredible 3 football fields per second. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for sound of air superiority on the high-speed pass. In a dogfight, combat maneuverability is crucial. The Lightning II's advanced flight controls combined with the most powerful fighter engine ever built give it an impressive 1,500-foot turn radius. As Major Laughlin approaches show center, he will light the afterburner and bank sharply, pressing him to the seats with up to 9 times the force of gravity. After completing the turn, the F-35 will power straight to the vertical, quickly change the directions from end over end in maneuver we like to call the brake turn. will demonstrate the Lightning II's unmatched agility. Notice as he begins his approach, he's in the inverted position, and he will finish the pass upside down. Coming up from your left, Major Laughlin performing the inverted pass. Eyes up and cameras ready. Watch as Major Laughlin rolls in for the afterburner pass. Tracing a square in the sky. As he reaches the top of the loop, he'll remain inverted and reduce the speed of the aircraft to just over 100 knots. Coming in from your left, the F-35 performing the unique square loop. The ability to maintain slow speed in flight is crucial in combat. The potent combination of sophisticated flight controls coupled with the most powerful fighter engine ever built make it possible to reduce the F-35 speed to less than 100 knots. Coming in from your right, Major Laughlin will demonstrate the F-35's slow speed capability. And then, just as he passes show center, you'll once again witness the raw power of the engine as he lights the afterburner and accelerates the aircraft to a near vertical climb. Don't look away yet! As Major Laughlin reaches the peak of his climb, he'll go inverted and reposition the aircraft by performing a split S maneuver. As he returns to show center, he'll accelerate rapidly and snap the F-35 through a series of aileron rolls to demonstrate the Lightning II's impressive roll maneuverability. Dropping it from your left, Major Laughlin executing the opposing rolls. most technologically advanced fighter aircraft in the world, the F-35's flight controls give our pilots the distinct advantage to outmaneuver their opponents. As Major Lothar approaches show center, he can complete more than 135 degrees of heading change in only 3 seconds, sliding the tail of the F-35 through the turn, then powerfully climbing out of the maneuver. Closing in from the right, ladies and gentlemen, the tactical pitch. As Major Lothar prepares to land, we'd like to give a shout out to our expert maintenance team who made today's demonstration possible. Our F-35 dedicated crew chief, Staff Sergeant Jose Flores Velez from San Lorenzo, Puerto Rico. Staff Sergeant Braden Bissett from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Senior Airman Orrin Hamstreet from Gulfport, Mississippi. And Senior Airman Kylan Warden from Plain City, Utah. Our team's public affairs representatives, Captain Emma McHenry from Naples, Florida. And Staff Sergeant Zachary Rufus from Dallas, Texas. This will conclude today's demonstration. We hope you all enjoyed just a brief display of only a fraction of the F-35's full combat capability. As an integral part of the United States Air Force, the F-35 Lightning IIs are ready to defend the nation's skies and dominate the battle space anywhere on the globe. Always ready to aim high, fly, fight, and win. On behalf of the United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Adrian Spain, and all of the men and women of the United States Air Force, thank you for your attendance, your patriotism, and your support. If you enjoyed today's performance, make sure you like and follow us on Facebook and Instagram at F-35 Demo Team and tag us in all of your social media posts at hashtag F-35 Demo Team. Thank you very much.
Master Sergeant Buscemi, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the most American commentator you're going to hear here today. You've done your country proud, sir. It's been a pleasure working with you and the team. Pendleton, thank you very much, sir. And we hope to see you again at another air show soon. I told you it was going to be loud, not just the aircraft. The whole team are like that. You want to see them in the cafeteria when they're ordering something. So it's a pleasure having you here. What an amazing aircraft. Really has brightened up our day. But we still have plenty of flying to do. What's coming up next, Adam?
Well, next up is the aircraft currently taxiing onto the runway. The Aerobatic L159 Alka of the Czech Air Force, and that is going to not be performing a display. There is no Alka display team on the circuit this year, but it is going to be doing a few flypasts, and thus this is an extremely rare air show participant indeed.
So the 159 is going to taxi to the end of the runway. I've been told that that earlier technical problem with the Spitfire, we're going to find a remedy for it and hopefully get it up very shortly. As Adam was saying, it's unique. This is the first one I've never seen an L159 before. First for me.
Well, they're not very widespread. The Czech Republic is the main operator of the type. There's a few civilian companies that fly them as well, but not at air shows. The likes of Draken International, for example. We've got some in the UK that operate with Draken Europe, and they're used for red air training, aggressor training, that kind of thing. This one, though, coming from the 212th Tactical Squadron of the Czech Air Force, normally based with the 21st Tactical Air Wing at Čáslav. I say normally because at the moment they are operating from Náměšť nad Oslavou. It's another air base, normally known as a helicopter base in the Czech Republic, because the base at Čáslav is closed, being upgraded to accommodate the F-35 in a few years' time. And the aircraft has just been cleared for takeoff. The landing light is on, and you'll see it rolling from the right-hand side any second now. So, an aircraft that may not be especially familiar to many of us, but if you've been going to air shows regularly, then you may recognise the basic shape, the plan form, the silhouette, because the L159 ALCA is a development of a much better known aircraft, the L39 Albatros, which was developed in the early 1960s in Czechoslovakia as the main advanced jet trainer for the Soviet Union and Eastern Bloc air forces, built as a replacement for the earlier L29 Delphine, which was very successful but rather underpowered. First flew in 1968, powered by an Ivchenko AI-25 turbofan. Incidentally, it was the first purpose-designed jet trainer in the world to be powered by a turbofan rather than a turbojet, that engine producing some 3,800 pounds of thrust, approximately double the power of its predecessor, the Delphine. And it proved to be a highly capable, very versatile aircraft, rugged, simple, low maintenance, capable of landing on poor quality runways and even grass. Was very stable in flight and had few vices, so it was no surprise the L39 would go on to be an outstandingly successful military platform as a trainer, but also in armed light attack configurations, which could carry a 23mm cannon and up to 2 short-range air-to-air missiles. And as one would expect for such a successful aeroplane, it spawned a huge number of spin-offs and related developments, chief among them the L139 Super Albatros, which was a version with Western avionics and a Western engine, and there was a further derivation of that, the L159 ALCA, or Advanced Light Combat Aircraft, and that is what we see now. Development of the ALCA began in 1993, the aim being to produce a light fighter that could replace a variety of Soviet-era types in the newly independent Czech Air Force, types like the Sukhoi Su-22 and Su-25. And the decision to base this new aircraft on the L139 rather than developing a clean sheet design was to ensure rapid entry to service. The first ALCA made its maiden flight in 1997, and deliveries to the Czech Air Force began in 2000, most of them being of the single-seat L159A model that we see here. Initially, the Czech Air Force ordered 72 of them, but then reduced their requirement to 24, and many of those excess aircraft in due course were sold onto the private market to equip companies like Draken, which I was just mentioning, used for privately contracted aggressor training. So here in Britain, for example, L159s are used to simulate enemy aircraft operating dissimilar types. The aircraft is powered by a Western engine, a Honeywell F124, producing 6,300 pounds of thrust. It's equipped with multi-mode pulse Doppler radar, the Doppler Griffo L. And it is fully combat capable. It can be armed with 7 hard points, which can carry the likes of the AIM-9 Sidewinder short-range air-to-air missile. It can carry PL-20 20mm gun pods, AIM-120 advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles, AGM-65 Maverick air-to-ground missiles for the close air support role, and various laser-guided and unguided bombs as well, including the Paveway 2. The aircraft even has the potential to carry an electronic warfare pod, reconnaissance pod, or target designator pod. This is a modular way of turning what is a pretty simple, rugged, dependable platform into a potent multi-role aircraft. Final pass there from the ALCA, which will now come in to land. The ALCA is still in development today, for what it's worth, and the most recent version, the L159T, began to roll off the production line in 2017. It's currently in service with both the Czech and Iraqi Air Forces. The L159Ts are twin-seaters. They can be used for training. They have a new mission computer, avionics and cockpit instruments. The Czech Air Force's L159Ts have been built from L159A donor airframes. They're not new builds, they are rather de facto upgrades. The Czech fleet includes 16 L159A single-seaters and 8 of the T-model twin-seaters. And between 2026 and 2029, the 8 twin-seaters are being put through an upgrade program called PP2000, with the aim being to extend the aircraft's service life by an extra 2,000 flying hours, which should equate to around about 8 years of additional service life. And the upgrade going on to this Alka fleet, part of a very wide-ranging series of modernisations within Czech air power. Their Gripens having recently been upgraded to the MS-20 standard, which has introduced a range of new capabilities. I alluded to the fact earlier that F-35s will be entering Czech service in the foreseeable future, with the base at Čáslav being closed to accommodate the upgrade works for that, and also a refresh of their helicopter fleets, with the Mil-My 171 gradually being phased out, Western types arriving in the last few years to replace it, the H-1Y and H-1Z. So, about to touch down out to our right, the L159A Alka, and it was flown by Major Thomas Grieger. And now we move from military participant, having had a couple of them in a row, to a civilian participant, a very new piece of aerospace technology. Joe, what's coming up next?
Well, Beta Technologies with the CX300 and a completely different category of aviation. This is called a CTOL. We saw the vertical eVTOL earlier on, which is an electrical vehicle takeoff, but a CTOL is conventional takeoff and landing. So what they've done is they've combined the best of both worlds. They've got an electrical powered aircraft with a pusher engine, but they haven't introduced the vertical element of it. So it takes off on a normal runway, so it can use normal infrastructure that exists already, but it also keeps all the benefits of an electrical powered aircraft, with massive savings, obviously, on not just maintenance, because you don't have big motors with oil and moving parts and things like that. It's an electrical motor. It's a load of copper wire that spins very fast, basically. And that, together with the electrical charge element of the aircraft, means you can recharge this aircraft in an hour, in just 1 hour's time. It can do short hops around, and it's perfect for its launch customer who signed earlier on this week, Logan Air. They're going to be operating the aircraft the CTOL up in Scotland, around that areas, which is ideal. Little hops to islands, to outlying areas, and the aircraft can even bring its own battery pack with it if it wants to, and it's quite a unique vehicle. So look from your right now, ladies and gentlemen, just about to roll from Beta Technologies, the CX300 aircraft. Let's just listen to the aircraft as well, so you'll hear how quiet it is. It is a pusher aircraft, so it's got a propeller, but you won't hear the noise of the engine. Let's just listen to this aircraft rolling. Pitching up and away, 20-25 degree roll, and rolling out to the right. See how quiet it is? That's just going to make it so much easier to operate it in the environments. The Beta Technology CX300 is the most advanced all-electric aircraft currently in development, and is helping redefine the future of regional air transport. As I said, developed by Beta Technologies, and that's a Vermont-based aerospace company. Started in 2017, and the CX300 has been designed as a practical, conventional aircraft takeoff and landing, and as you can see, he can throw that aircraft around, get some really good bank angles on it as well. It can operate from existing airports while producing 0 in-flight emissions. So the ethos behind it is, rather than waiting for those widespread infrastructure required for air taxis, Beta have focused on creating an aircraft that can enter service using today's available network. Unlike many electrical aircraft projects that rely on vertical takeoff technology, the CX300 uses the traditional runway that greatly simplifies the certification and operation while allowing operators to take advantage of existing airport facilities. The aircraft shares a lot of its design cues with Beta's A250 eVTOL, and that reduced a lot of the development costs and created a common platform for both aircraft. As I said, it's powered by a high-performance electrical propulsion system driving that rear pusher propeller, and remarkably quiet. The aircraft typically cruises about 105 knots, but if you put the pedal down and you want to go a little bit faster, as he's doing out at the top of that turn, he can approximately get up to about 135 knots. That's pretty comparable with a helicopter, and has demonstrated ranges in excess of 330 nautical miles on a single charge. And as I said, with a 1 hour recharge, that is pretty impressive. So you can land as you're recharging, offload your cargo, bring it back, make multiple daily sectors very practical. If you're not in cargo configuration, the CX300 can carry 5 passengers, 1 pilot, or if you want just pure cargo, at 1,500 pounds. A lot of space inside that. You can see it's a very practical space, 200 cubic feet. So you can put your medical logistics, express parcel operations, and Loganair are definitely going to be using it in that role as they service northern Scotland with this. One of the big strengths of Beta is its vertical integrated approach. The company itself designs and manufactures not only the aircraft, but even the electric motors, the battery systems, the charging infrastructure. So the whole thing is controlled by Beta, and that obviously allows a lot tighter quality control and ensures that operators have access to complete ecosystems rather than simply purchasing an aircraft and then having to go to subcontractors. So Beta's been cleared for a landing. He's downwind at the moment. He's going to come back in on runway 24. Certification, it's pretty steady at the moment, as all these new eVTOLs and CTOLs, US Federal Aviation Administration and Beta have accumulated thousands of miles of real-world flights. So we're still waiting for the Spitfire. I've been told by Adam here that maybe after the Chinook, which will be coming up next. So we haven't scrubbed it yet, so we're hopefully going to be able to get him along very shortly. Testing continues across North America and Europe, and this aircraft was demonstrated last year at the Paris Airshow. So for regional airlines, cargo operators and emergency medical services, this CX300 offers significant advantages. As I said, the electrical propulsion system, well, that just does away with your fuel costs, and given the cost of fuel, never mind the cost of availability of fuel even now, that's got to be a huge, huge attraction. Maintenance is drastically reduced. Now let's see as he comes in. High wing on this aircraft, so good slow approach speed. And you'll also see it pretty much stops on a dime. And listen to the noise level as well. down safely. All 3 wheels, letting it roll down the runway. This aircraft with the Logan Air logo is going to come back, and it's going to be parking up in the static area. So if you want to have a close-up look at it, do go along and have a chat with the guys from Beta Technologies. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to tell us more about the aircraft. Thank you very much. So Adam, what's happening next?
Well, next up, we are expecting to see the RAF Chinook roll demonstration. There may be a little bit of a pause before we bring that in, just because we are running ever so slightly ahead of schedule, but we are bringing it in just as fast as we can. Of course, it'll have to wait until the Beta is clear of the runway, and as I say that, it's already clear of the runway, so that's no longer an obstacle. Nice bit of flying, I thought. I've seen plenty of displays by electric aircraft, but this week, the Beta CX-300, it's the first time I've seen an electric aircraft getting thrown around, in inverted commas, and yeah, why not?
Yeah,
why would the choice of power plant prevent it from being flown excitingly? And it's nice to see it being done. It's
a very unique aircraft, especially the shape and that high wing. I'm a big fan of high wing aircraft. I did some flying in PN-68s and things like that, so great visibility, and I think that is the right choice for Logan Air. I think they've made a wise decision there. It's perfect for those sort of operations. High quick turnaround out onto the next island. They'll be doing like 5 or 6 sectors a day, I would have thought, with this aircraft. So the Chinook tactical display, and rolling in from the left-hand side, we're looking for Flight Lieutenant Sean from the team who will be commentating on this aircraft. I can hear his dulcet tones down below as we've had a lot of changes today to the flying display timing, so thankfully Sean is here now. So we're going to hand over to Flight Lieutenant Sean. Take it away.
Good afternoon, thank you very much, and hello Farnborough and to those watching on the live stream. I hope you're ready for a rip-roaring, blade-slapping good time with the 2026 Royal Air Force Chinook roll demonstration. My name is Flight Lieutenant Sean Ahern, Chinook Roll Demo Team Manager, and I'll be your host as we celebrate this capable, battle-proven aircraft, which this year celebrates 45 years of continuous service with the Royal Air Force. We can now see the Boeing Chinook Mark 6 Alpha approaching from crowd left. Underslung beneath the aircraft is a British Army Land Rover and trailer, occupying one of the aircraft's 3 external cargo hooks. At 3 tons, this constitutes less than a third of the aircraft's maximum payload, which can comprise a variety of configurations, including ISO containers, armoured vehicles, or 2 unserviceable Apache helicopters. At the controls today is Roll Demo Captain Matt Whirl, and has since honed his flying skills from the California desert to the plains of Eastern Europe and on operations in the Eastern Mediterranean. Taking command of the aircraft's positioning as they approach the landing site is Sergeant Cammy Torrance. Cammy joined the RAF in 2019 and arrived on 18 Squadron in 2024. He's already qualified to fly the Chinook in the desert and in Arctic conditions, and as an aerial firefighter in Cyprus. Outside work, Cammy enjoys shish kebabs and crashing weddings. The crew must balance speed with smooth handling to get the underslung load safely and accurately into position. Operating the Chinook efficiently requires all 4 members of the crew to work together seamlessly, as the rear crew marshal the aircraft precisely into position over the intercom. This process requires trust, skill, and years of experience to perfect, as well as the ability to count backwards from 10, a high-function skill for a Chinook crewman. Now the crew disembark the JHSS support team. Unload complete, Whirly clears the landing site with an over-the-shoulder departure, presenting the armoured underside of the aircraft to potential fire during a period of maximum vulnerability. The Chinook's 2 powerful Honeywell engines and tandem rotor design enable it to climb or accelerate quickly to a maximum speed of 160 knots or 185 miles per hour. He stays low to avoid detection by enemy sensors and to make it harder for conventional weapons to take an accurate shot at the aircraft. Now clear of the landing site, the JHSS team rapidly de-rig the Land Rover, ready for onward tasking. Out to the left, Whirly will reposition the aircraft with a wing over. He climbs to bleed off airspeed, enabling a tighter turn. At the apex of the turn now, he'll trade his height for airspeed again to establish neatly along the display line at cruising speed. While not a truly aerobatic aircraft, Chinook must be flown dynamically and aggressively very close to the ground, so mastering coordinated maneuvers like this is vital to developing the skills required to maintain control of the aircraft in a threat environment. Now the team will show off the mighty Chinook in plan view with a 360-degree climbing turn. Let's hear some blade slap. The agility and power of the Chinook enable it to perform well in high temperature or high altitude conditions. Prepared for combat, Chinook boasts a layer of ballistic armor up to the windows, a rear-facing M60 machine gun, and a pair of M134 miniguns for broadside protection. Now the crew will bring those weapons to bear in a dog-bone profile. Whirly positions the aircraft to protect friendly forces on the ground at ground center, while Cami brings the starboard gun to bear on enemy positions. Today, well, that's you actually, I'm afraid. As the starboard gun reaches the end of its weapons arc, Whirly rolls the aircraft left to bring the M60 on the ramp to bear on target. Now he repositions for another turn, turning as tightly as he can to keep the aircraft's weapons on target and firing for as much time as possible. Every second out of arcs gives the enemy time to take stock and take aim, and Whirly races to bring the port minigun onto target, unleashing 3,000 rounds per minute from its rotating barrels, with a sound almost as iconic as the Chinook itself. Chinook crews are trained to escape radar lock by surface-to-air missile systems, and even to survive and evade combat with fast jets if necessary. To have any chance of surviving that encounter, you must have full control of the aircraft, and as an instructor of tactical skills, Whirly knows this all too well. Now the crew brings the aircraft around again for a nose-down quick stop, where they will bring the aircraft to a halt from cruising speed in just a few seconds, with the helicopter equivalent of a handbrake turn. Whirly will enter the maneuver at 140 miles per hour. He will pull back on the stick to commence the deceleration before flicking the aircraft around the nose, presenting the flat side of the fuselage to the airflow and slowing the aircraft much more quickly. And now, ladies and gentlemen, cameras at the ready to meet our #1 crewman, Sergeant Stretch Armstrong. With prior career stints as a reservist in the RAF regiment and an air operations officer, Stretch couldn't resist the call of flying, joining 18 Squadron as a qualified crewman in 2023. An impressive portfolio for a man with such impractically large hands. Stretch distrusts rich tea biscuits, and his favourite Sandra Bullock film is Speed 2, Cruise Control. Please share the love and give Stretch a big wave. For better or for worse, he can see you. As the #1 crewman at the rear of the aircraft, Stretch is responsible for defending the tail with the M60, monitoring of aircraft mechanical systems, maintaining lookout for enemy forces and marshalling of external loads, as well as ensuring cargo, troops or casualties in the cabin are effectively secured and ready for their next event. During an air assault, Stretches are also the first boots on the ground in the combat area, as he leaves the ramp to direct the assault force onto their target, ensuring they have the situational awareness required to seize the initiative. Now Whirly pulls to maximum power for the Gorny climb. A manoeuvre first seen in the Bosnia conflict. It has no tactical application, but was used to show off the awesome power of the Chinook to crews of other helicopter types. All of those other aircraft are now sadly out of service, but the mighty Chinook continues to get the job done. While rightly famed for its achievements in hot and dusty theatres like Iraq, Afghanistan and West Africa, the Chinook force is also trained and ready for operations in Europe, the Arctic High North, and from the decks of Royal Navy and Fleet auxiliary ships, while No. 7 Squadron is ready to deploy at a moment's notice to support UK Special Forces with bespoke lift capabilities. Having climbed safely, if flamboyantly, out of the range of small arms fire, Whirly will bring the aircraft back down to crowd centre with a tactical descent. In low-tech threat environments, aircraft are safest at high altitudes or very low to the ground, where they're harder to see or shoot at. Transitioning from high to low is a moment of maximum danger and must be flown as quickly as possible without overstressing the rotor system. Safely back at low level, Whirly prepares to reposition the aircraft once more for a running landing. Supporting Chinook operations both at airshows and at war is an expert cadre of RAF engineers who work day and night to keep these workhorses on task and on target, tackling everything from routine servicing to patching up battle damage and even conducting major repairs under enemy fire and in extreme environmental conditions. Chinook engineers are highly skilled and ready for anything. If the aircraft loses an engine to battle damage, Chinook has the performance to maintain flight and escape the threat area on the one remaining engine. But slowing the aircraft down to a hover requires a lot of power, so crews train to land on the aft wheels at speed, like a fixed-wing aeroplane, conserving energy to get the aircraft safely onto the ground when engine output is limited. Whirly conserves airspeed for as long as he can, flaring the aircraft to cushion it onto the ground at a maximum speed of 60 knots or 70 miles per hour. Safely on the runway, Whirly uses the unique aerodynamic qualities of the Chinook to balance it on its aft wheels. This technique can also be used to land on steep slopes or ledges, where the rear of the aircraft is landed for loading and unloading, while the front of the aircraft remains in flight. And now for another Chinook party trick, the reverse taxi and takeoff. A useful capability when space for parking is tight, or when the aircraft's downwash threatens to damage nearby vehicles or equipment. But mostly, we like to do it because we can. Much like reversing a car, the aircraft gets increasingly twitchy as speed builds, so smooth, calm handling is required to do this safely and efficiently. Ladies and gentlemen, to complete the 2026 Chinook roll demonstration, Whirly brings the aircraft up to crowd centre for a goodbye bow. He's been absolutely thrilled to show off the aircraft for you today, as have all of us from the Chinook Force and the Joint Helicopter Support Squadron. Now he prepares to transition over the shoulder once again to finish, before joining our Joint Aviation Command colleagues, the Beagles display team, for a formation departure. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming along for the ride with us today. You've been absolutely brilliant, and we have been the 2026 RAF Chinook Roll Demonstration Team. We look forward to evacuating you all from a war zone very soon.
That's good to know. Thanks, Sean. I appreciate it. Fantastic demonstration from the Chinook. I've got some good news and I've got some bad news. Bad news first. Unfortunately, we have lost the Spitfire. That is not going to be taking to the air. But in a very few short moments, you cannot help but notice the So all three helicopters lifting off. Let's wait for the Wildcat to pitch forward. Effective doing this one. Again, look, I can see Alex. I can see Captain Alex, the commentator. He gets to ride home in a helicopter. That's the job for me. Thank you to the Army Air Corps and the Chinook roll demo team. Wave at him, as you can see Alex waving out the door. Goodbye, gentlemen. Thank you for your service. And what an amazing shot. Look at that.
Let's make a deal, Joe. If and only if we get a ride out of here in a helicopter, we'll come back in 2028.
Unlikely. And unfortunately, as I said, because of the loss of the Spitfire, that was the final flying display item for Farnborough 2026. What do you reckon, Adam? What was your favourite display item today?
Well, it's been a really good day. We've had the weather for it, haven't we? And we've had, I think, a great flying display lineup that has encompassed a lot of different genres of aviation. And, of course, you've got to single out Fursan Emarat. Wonderful display, the best smoke on the Airshow circuit. Great to see a jet team back here performing properly at Farnborough. Got to single out the F-35A as well, because, well, it's actually the first time we've had a fully aerobatic F-35 display in the UK. We've had flypasts, we've had roll demonstrations, we've had heritage flights. We've never had a fully aerobatic display before. But for me, Joe, I'm going to single out two more, and they're not the ones that you might expect. They're not the big, noisy things. I'm singling out two things that I just believe were a fabulous example of good display flying, photogenic, compact manoeuvring, and plenty of topside views. And that's the Beta CX300 and the Bombardier Global 8000. What about you?
Well, I've been saying all week Bombardier, and they have been amazing, because it's just, you don't normally see an aircraft in that category doing the manoeuvres that it does. I'm especially impressed with its short field landing, about 2,700 feet. For an aircraft in that category, that is impressive. But I will have to go with Fursan Emarat. I'm very proud to be part of their history early on in Dubai, and to see them here at Farnborough, the home of British aviation, is a very proud moment for me, and I know what it means to the team. Sultan Kindi, Colonel Sultan Kindi in particular, who's been the team leader all the time that I've known him, and yeah, they've represented their country. They've done extremely well. So for me, it's Fursan Emarat.
A worthy decision, I think. Fabulous. There's no other word for it. They've been fabulous, and they've represented their country so well. Well, I think that's all from us, isn't it? As we come towards the end of the day here, and no more flying displays, so we shall take our leave of absence. And Joe, I just want to say thank you to you, because you've been working hard here all week, and you've had to tolerate the fresh-faced interloper coming in on the final day. So thank you, Joe. It's been a pleasure.
Adam, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure working with you. So there is some thank yous I have to say. Sparky Light Productions, they have been doing a fantastic job giving us those wonderful pictures, not just online, but also on the big screens here. Glenn Barton, who's been their director, and also the best haircut, without a doubt, in the whole compound. He's very well manicured, that man. Bruce Miller and Rob Barker, the cameraman, Julian Jeff, who's doing the sound, and Richard Clifton, who's doing the streaming. Thank you very much for some fantastic visuals. And of course, the air show itself wouldn't make sense if you couldn't hear us. So thanks to the guys from Show Hire, Nick and his team, Dave, Russell, Ben, Harry, Xander and Layla, who have provided all of the sound. And of course, Without the Flying Display Director, Rich Pillins, and his Deputy, Les Garside-Beatty, and the whole of the Flying Control Committee and the Flight Ops teams, it just simply wouldn't have happened. Too many people up there to thank, but personally from me, thank you for your support all week. My name's been Jerry McGrath. It's been a pleasure being your commentator this week, and hopefully see you in 2 years' time. Have a safe journey home.